Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos, mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos, mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y
Señoras y señores, sean todas y todos bienvenidos a este Latin American Cities Conference. Estamos más que regocijados de poder encontrarnos en esta emisión, en este Santo Domingo 2023. Pedimos por favor que todos se acomoden en sus asientos. Procedemos a saludar a quienes componen nuestra línea de honor. Excelentísima señora Raquel Peña, vicepresidenta constitucional de la República Dominicana. Señor Andrés Gluski, presidente y director ejecutivo de AES. Señora Susan L. Segal, presidenta y directora ejecutiva del Consejo de las Américas. Señor Andrew Martin, presidente América Latina de Grupo Pfizer Inc. También nos distingue con su presencia el señor Víctor Ito Bisonó, ministro de Industria, Comercio y MIPYMES. Señor Daniel Rivera, ministro de Salud Pública y Asistencia Social. Señor Samuel Pereira, administrador general de Banco de Reservas. Señor Rolando González Bunster, director ejecutivo y presidente de Inter Energy Group. A nuestros expositores nacionales e internacionales que estarán disertando en esta mañana, sean todos bienvenidos. Funcionarios, empresarios, ejecutivos que nos acompañan en este acto. Invitados nacionales e internacionales presentes en este evento de Latin American Cities Conferences Santo Domingo 2023. A la prensa nacional, gracias por estar aquí, señoras y señores. Queremos dar un reconocimiento especial, aprovechando este momento, a nuestros patrocinadores, sin los cuales esta conferencia no hubiese sido posible. A nuestros patrocinadores corporativos, a The AES Corporation, gracias también a Central Romana Corporation.
Thank you, Central Romana Corporation, Inter Energy Group as corporate sponsors. We also have here the support of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, the sponsor of the coffee break, Ariayo. Thank you very much for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dominican Republic today is creating a new sustainable investment vision. The American Council of Society of Americans is doing this conference as a part of the series of conferences in cities of Latin America. And this year, 2023, in April, it's bringing us to the city of Santo Domingo, and this is the first time that this whole series is being done in the capital of the Dominican Republic. And just like we're used to, we're welcoming everyone with open arms. The event is organized in cooperation with the Vice Presidency of the Dominican Republic, gathering government officials of the Dominican Republic and important executives of the private sector to point out investment opportunities in the country and logistics in the entire region. Today we have an excellent agenda, no waste at all, talking about trade, energy, technology, amongst others. Good timing for everyone. Opening words for this activity are going to be done by the excellent Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Raquel Peña. Round of applause for her, please. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Andres Gluski, President and Executive Director of AES, thank you very much for being here. Susan Segal, President and Executive Director of the Americas Council, thank you very much for being in the Dominican Republic. Mr. Andrew Martin, President for Latin America of the Pfizer Group. Mr. Victor Isovistono, Minister of Trade, Industry, and Small Businesses. Mr. Daniel Rivera, Minister of Public Health and Social Assistance. Mr. Samuel Pereira, General Administrator of the Reserves Bank. Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Boonster, Executive Director and President of InterEnergy. A very special welcome to all the international guests and national guests that we have here today. Distinguished friends that are sharing with us this line of honor, national presenters and international presenters. Invited to this event, Latin American Cities Conference in Santo Domingo 2023. Government officials, entrepreneurs, and executives that are here with us this morning. Special guests, friends of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, good morning. All receive a warm welcome to this conference that we're celebrating from the Vice Presidency of the Dominican Republic along with the American Society and Council of America. For the Dominican Republic, it is a great privilege to open the doors of this country in hearing with attention all your ideas, all your proposals, and share with all of you the experiences that we have been accruing in the process of building a democracy, but also an economy that is every day more solid, every day stronger. We are honored that this edition of the series, 2023 of Latin American Cities, is done for the first time in Santo Domingo, and that we're able to gather government officials and private executives to point out investment opportunities in our country and speak about issues of high level in the environment of trade, energy, technology, infrastructure, tourism, amongst others. It is a great distinction for us, in addition of having the words of the excellent President of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Luis Abinader Corona, in the closing of this event that is so important for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic network for the economy of the Dominican Republic is resilience, and the dynamism and the scenario post-COVID-19, it is an indisputable evidence of the idea. Last year, the economies of the region registered a growth rate of 3.7%, which means a little bit over half compared to 2021. And in the middle of that context, the Dominican Republic consolidated as one of the most growth economies worldwide, registering in 2022 an increase of 4.9% of its GDP. In regards or compared to the year 2021. These figures are placing us above the average in Latin America. And in the middle of the global crisis generated by the pandemic, we also improved our credit rating from BB- to a BB, according to the risk assessment called Standard & Poor's. Thanks to all of this and the economic performance and the professionalism managing the pandemic, recognized worldwide by the WHO, our currency exhibits something incredible with a 2.3 appreciation. In what goes in the year 2023, the international reserve levels has reached its highest level in the history of the Dominican Republic with over $16 billion. This is equal to over 6 months of imports and 13% of the GDP. Above the recommended metrics recommended by the International Monetary Fund. From the behavior, social and economic of the country and its distinctive characteristics, we have built an offer that shows the great potential for the foreign investment, direct foreign investment. That's a reason why the President, Luis Abinader, articulated through a decree the Cabinet of Promotions and Investments, which I preside. The mission of the Cabinet is to push within the public administration the policies, directions, and all the mechanisms to be able to foster investment to strategic sectors that are here to contribute with the improvement and elevation of competitiveness in our country. In coordination with all of the institutions that are forming the Cabinet, we have been working identifying which are these opportunities and also luring foreign investment to be able to be capable of improving yield and performance of our production sectors that already exist. Also, in that investment that may create some new activities that would be high impact for sustainable development. In that sense, please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about the characteristics that are making us an idealistic place in investment. Dominican Republic is prepared to make or be a productive center in logistics and recreation to service the world. Because of our strategy, location, and especially how close we are with important trade destinations like the United States. We are an ideal territory for the near-shorty maneuver, which is a fundamental step in the optimization of the supply chain. We have invested in modernization of infrastructure oriented to facilitating trade, but also in participating more actively in the global exchange of goods and services. In regards to the air connectivity, we have 8 international airports and approximately 320 daily flights, creating a strong and quick network of air transportation to North America with 4 hours on average to Central America, 3 hours on average in Europe, 8 hours on average. In Asia, 24 hours on average. In maritime issues, our country has a highlighted connection of 28 of the 33 islands of the Caribbean. It is connected to great markets with direct services in Northern Europe and the Mediterranean, with 12 days on average of navigation. Asia, 35 days of navigation, and the U.S. with 2 to 3 days of navigation, and Central and South America, 2 to 4 days of navigation. In this field, we also have 16 ports, 5 touristic terminals, 3 and 4 sports docks of the state, with the objective of promoting a business climate as a detonant of competitiveness and break barriers to have been investment here. We have a legal framework that is formed by laws, by incentives, and also international agreements and national agreements that have been focused directly to be able to lure, especially to be able to protect external capitals. Amongst these, there are initiatives like zero bureaucracy to improve the public administration through clear frameworks that would be timely and especially transparent, that may be able to allow the simplification of processes and services and improving quality of regulations. So here we have the Customs Director, who has also achieved that in 24 hours, in reality, bureaucracy has been decreased in the Customs Department. So thank you very much, Yayo, for your work. Distinguished friends, in the middle of a world image that is agitated and uncertain, in the Dominican Republic we have political stability and also social stability. In economic terms, we have been recognized worldwide over our quick recovery after the pandemic, restoring lost employment during the health crisis, and also recovering our production sectors that are most representative, like, for example, tourism. In a way that we are pleased to share with you the figures that our tourism sector is exhibiting at this time. In this year 2022, for the first time, they arrived to the Dominican Republic over 7 million tourists by air and 1.3 of cruisers, which are 8.5 million of visitors, 12.4% more than the prior period compared to the pandemic. It is also something important that last year in 2022, we were over $8,400 million in income because of tourism, which is something we've never seen before. Tourism has become one of the main investment opportunities in the Dominican Republic. Ecotourism and the community tourism and religious tourism and health tourism, convention tourism, city tourism, and the inclusive tourism, they are all opportunities that with the support of foreign capital can exchange or can get to its maximum potential with benefits for the emitters and the receptors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to emphasize two sectors that, at the global level, have acquired recent levels of importance as attractions for investments. So I am talking about the energy sector and also the technology sector. The Dominican Republic, over its great capacity in sources like wind and sun, by excellence, it's a receptor in renewable energies for investments. The potential added to an amount of incentives and the conditions that the government has created most definitely has been good to push what has been clean energies with more technical clarities and regulatory in our national electric interconnected system. And this is making this to become a powerful ally in depositing the trust of investors. Our country is implementing, in addition to that, the 2030 digital agenda, looking to elevate the levels of competitiveness and productivity. And all of this with the specific objectives of being able to strengthen the national development with solutions and TIC tools, pushing digital businesses and electronic trade. In addition, to be able to stimulate and facilitate the development of financial services of technological basis. In regards to the exportation of goods, they have increased above the pre-pandemic levels. From our country, the biggest opportunities for exports are in precious materials, instruments, and medicine devices, electric machinery, fruit, plastics, rubber, and also, of course, our tobacco and its derivatives. We also need to highlight that the main destination of 80% of our exports are the United States, Haiti, Canada, Puerto Rico, and Switzerland. I am proud to say here today that our economic growth and our social political stability and social peace, and also our opportunities of expansion. We also have to highlight what is the rich biodiversity in our warm, pleasant weather, in addition to our available labor that is motivated, trained, and with the capabilities of high quality are visible in the eyes of the world. Foreign direct investment that we have captured demonstrates it so. According to preliminary figures of the central bank, the direct investment increased 25.5% compared to the figures of the year 2021, reaching an unprecedented amount of $4 billion. I have to also express that the relationship with our trade partners is very active. The U.S., Canada, Brazil, Spain, Mexico, Virgin Islands, France, and Venezuela. These are all amongst the main allies in our investment portfolio that are direct in sectors like tourism, trade, and industry, and also in telecommunications, energy, and the financial sector, mining sector, and real estate, transportation, and of course, free zones. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievements mentioned before are not random products. They are a product of a tax and finance policy that is well thought, obeying a government policy that is focused in reaching sustainable development, also representing the results of a joint effort in between the public and private sector, which is an alliance that has provided some tangible products, important learnings that we have been systematic in through public policies in development. So we all know that every investment that decides to establish capitals in determined territories first analyzes benefits and also possible risks to achieve the best conclusions. The Dominican government is willing to offer all the required information helping investments in taking the best decision. In the promotion cabinet of investments, we are with them throughout the entire process. So from the Dominican government, we are inviting everyone to find out for yourselves so that together we increase the benefits deriving from the dynamic relationships for receiving countries and sending countries of investments. Because of everything that I have exposed before, we are affirming without the fear of making a mistake that betting in an investment in the Dominican Republic would be a smart decision. We are convinced that the dialogues that will be developed here today with participants of high level, high preparedness, and especially great experience are going to take us and lead us to extract the most satisfactory conclusions in which together we can all achieve to take advantage of the opportunities that the Dominican Republic is presenting. So I wish you well, best of successes, and a very productive day. Thank you very much, and God bless you. With this round of applause, thank you for the words of Raquel Peña, Vice President of the Dominican Republic. Ms. Peña has talked to us about the work that the Dominican Republic has been doing throughout time, how good it is and how easy it is over here in this country in the Caribbean, and also the legal stability and social stability that's so important that, of course, is offered by our country, Dominican Republic. Next, to continue with the Day of Conference in America, Santo Domingo 2023. We're going to hear Susan Segal, President and CEO of the American Society, Countries of the Americas.
This isn't in my speech, but I don't know how we follow that speech. Señora Vicepresidenta, fue espectacular. Muchas gracias.
You were spectacular, Vice President. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. Raquel Peña, Vice President of the Dominican Republic. Mr. Andrés Musque, President and Executive Director of AES.
Society and Council of the Americas, we not forget that. Senor Andrew Martin, Presidente de America.
Mr. Andrew Martin, President of Latin America of Pfizer. Mr. Jose Ignacio Paliza, Minister of Administration of the Presidency, and a very special warm welcome to all the ministers that are here today. I'm sorry that I'm not going to mention all of them. Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Bonster, the Executive Director and President of Inner Energy, and we'd also like to salute all the international guests that are present here today. And a very special salute to our great friend Gustavo Cisneros that is here with the American Society, Council of the Americas, from the beginning with Mr. David Rockefeller. National presenters and international presenters that are here with us today in this event. Government officials, entrepreneurs, executives that are honoring today here with your presence. Special guests in this event of Latin American Cities Conferences 2023 in Santo Domingo. And also friends of the press, I would like to provide or give everyone a very cordial welcome to the first conference of the Council of the Americas in the Dominican Republic.
Es un honor estar aquí.
It is a great honor for me to be here in organizing this great event with our partner, the Vice President and her team. Particularly, I'd like to mention Maria Eugenia de Castillo. She's been spectacular, and her entire team too. So it has been an enormous pleasure to be able to work here with all of you. And finally, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Council of the Americas team, Randa Messi and Guillermo Siniaga, and all of the people and the group of our team that worked here with them. And also, especially, I'd like to recognize all of our sponsors that have made the conference possible. Thank you very much. And last, I'd like to take advantage to salute the people that are here with us online from everywhere in the world. We are transmitting live from our website, from Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So for the ones that do not know, the Council of the Americas, we're the main organization, the main international organizations which members share a common commitment in the social economic development, opening markets, the state of law and democracy in the entire Western Hemisphere. This conference was conceived during a virtual meeting with Vice President Peña last year. And what a moment. This is such a moment for the Dominican Republic. This is a moment of transformation for the economy and also for the people. The opportunities are enormous. And just like Vice President explained before here in the World Economic Forum in January of this year, they want the economy to double from now to 2030. So now whenever you're thinking about growth, not only in some parts of Central America and the Caribbean, but also in the developed world, this is an extraordinary goal. This is based in growth, the growth that they had during the last 50 years, where according to the tax minister of the Dominican Republic, was one of the countries that grew the most in Latin America. But in reality, what is making this potential growth possible is the vision of the president and the vice president. This vision is including a very important and basic role for the private sector. The government recognizes that without the private sector, there could not be sustainable growth with the wide creation of employment, not only in the traditional sectors as tourism, agriculture, minery, but also in the new industries like industry, manufacturing, logistics, infrastructure, and technology. Quite opposite to what many governments are thinking that do not believe so strongly in the private sectors, such as the Dominican Republic does, the current government has an impressive percentage of approval, which is about 65%, which is incredible in any country. In reality, this has created an investment weather, an environment looking towards the future where the people understand that this is an opportunity for them and they share the optimism to get the country to its maximum potential. We believe that we need to establish as a nearshoring destination in the hemisphere is an excellent opportunity for the country. So they could be very competitive in nearshoring because of its talent, location, and also with the free trade agreement, providing access to the U.S. market. So in this context, it is going to be very important that the agreement would be modernized, just like it was done with the USMCA or TMEC, to be able to have more productivity and more opportunities. Now, on another hand, the country is also confronting some challenges in climate change in which the transformation in energy is imperative. And this is something that we're going to be hearing here today, and the Vice President already spoke about this issue. We also see clearly how innovation and sustainability is applied not only in areas of energy, but also in a whole series of industries that are being developed in a very sustainable way. So for this transformation, it is key that we include entrepreneurs which vision goes beyond the frontiers and borders of their own country. So in this path in progress and economic development, we cannot leave women behind, which is a very important issue for me. I see that they have a strong female leadership. To give you an example, the Vice President Raquel Peña, which is the head of Santo Domingo, Carolina Mejia, and the Vice Governor of the Central Government, Cavisa de la Rocha. So, congratulations. And according to the President, as I have read, 50% of the employments that have been created in the free zones are for women right now, which is occupied by women right now, which is another very important figure. It is very clear that the Dominican Republic is looking out, and they know that there is a lot of opportunity of foreign investments and also a lot of opportunities where the public sector and private sector may work together. So to be able to finish my comments, I would also like to reinforce the big opportunities that exist in the Dominican Republic, which are, Ms. Vice President, thank you very much again. It is a great pleasure and an honor to be here with you. Thank you very much, everyone. This way, we would like to congratulate the President of the Society Council of America. Thank you very much for your words. And at this time, we would like to initiate with our first panel facilitating sustainable investment in strategic sectors. So in this segment, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about transformation in the Dominican Republic, emphasizing in the industrial, environment of services, and the electricity or energy sector. Panelists will talk about the push of strategic sectors for sustainable growth. So without further ado, let's call to our scenario here, Gabriela Frias from CNN in Spanish. With a warm round of applause, let's receive her now. We would also like to ask to come the panelist, Mr. Victor Ito Bisono, Minister of Industry and Trade and MIPYMES, which are small businesses. Also, Mr. Andres Gluski, President and CEO of AES Corporation. Also with us with this important panel, Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Boonster, Chairman and CEO of Inter Energy Group. Let's all close the microphones for the panels facilitating sustainable of strategic sectors. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, Vice President. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. There are some particular moments where you just have to be on the picture. And for what we see here in the Dominican Republic, for me, it's a double pleasure to be in the picture, in the image, which is the image of aspiration and detonating the potential economic growth. Please sit down. Let's talk here together in this first session. This is about facilitating sustainable investment in strategic sectors, Mr. Minister. And over here, this is something that I'd like to do to start the issue, and I'm sure Vice President already started perfectly, but what has been working? Ever since that we started with the pandemic and the closing and the reopening, and right now we have this surroundings. It's a big challenge. You know, the Russian invasion to Ukraine, the war, inflation, high prices, central banks struggling with the inflation. So give me a list, Mr. Minister, if it's possible, of the things that have been working in the last few years to be where the Dominican Republic is today. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today with all of you. And also through the internet, of course. We're connected to the world as Vice President. We've heard here on the words that of the people that talked before me, but there's something essential. I think we should start there. That's a single word: trust. The President Abinader, the Vice President, and the people here, we assumed government in the middle of a pandemic. We didn't know what that really was. We took some decisions. We took a risk. The country was open, located a vaccine, the first one, second one, third one, and the world and the country saw that there was trust, that there was some decision making, and they were willing to assume risks and also move forward. And this is something that called everyone's attention, accompanied by what? Precise instructions of trusting and betting in the private sector and in the other productive sectors of the nation and the ones that wanted to come to a country that was open for those investments. Working in the middle of the pandemic, the free zones in the Dominican Republic didn't close because all government officials just went out there to the street to see what they needed, what we could do about this, how we could be there taking the risk with them, and also being there with them so that the industry didn't stop, so that our production in the Dominican Republic not only talked about keeping the prices, but also keeping the supply. And it was all ran by the president. In that supply, what is it that you need? Don't talk to me about the prices. What is it that you need? Let's bring it all together. What do you need for funding? With the Reserves Bank or any other institution that you could have access to and provide that trust and back you up, and how it is that we could keep those prices stable with some policies that were a little risky. We didn't believe in them at the beginning, like subsidies. Subsidies for fuel before there was an actual claim about it. In other countries they did it, but there was because they were claiming for it out there on the street, and that allowed us to maintain the economic, social, and political stability, to get the investments, and the Dominicans would be putting more money, betting more to open new companies in the Dominican Republic. For us, I'm betting on the small business and women, small businesses, 150,000 with 18 billion pesos that were put there by the banks through the funds of the government through the small businesses, with the special part that was mentioned before, which is small businesses for women, as it was mentioned before, with special support to women. Yeah, of course. And all of that went together with quality and reducing bureaucracy. We have two examples over here, which is the second tank of trade and industry here in the processes of fuels. Like there's a second tank of eyes or gas ducts or oleoducts. And we have the first thing, you know, the regulations, facilities of the second things, and what happens with the regulations of the electric plants. And you have to be going there every year to go and check and all those papers. So we started 2 years later taking that to more bureaucracy, less bureaucracy, zero companionship, regulation, quality, laws, but always, we were always betting on the fact that the Dominican Republic was going to be a hub in the general sense of the word. Now, nearshoring, everyone is just doing that in the region, particularly Central America and Mexico. What you said right now is collaboration, cooperation. This worked. We have two global CEOs here that are important. It's the spine of the potential growth, to make it sustainable, and other businesses to have, which is energy. And what we learned in the pandemic and the complex context, what is going to potentialize this cooperation that is going to be taken advantage of in this moment of nearshoring? Undoubtedly, there's something magical here too that we have to do too. So we are in a preferred geographical location with a history of infrastructure that is praising us at the right time, with peoples that are 4 or 5 million young Dominicans of less than 50 years of age that are willing to incorporate to work, always with a smile, and also willing to learn. We have experiences, to give you an example, in the sector of free zones of over 50 years, but we started with the textile industry. At some point, other people thought this was something that was run out. President Abinader trusted, and he went for it with companionship to avoid closing. We kept everything open. So we have changed. We have changed the products. The products of used to be textile to specialties. To tell you, we're competing with Japan and Germany in the manufacturing of machines to separate plasma for blood. That is here from zero in the Dominican Republic, and everything that's related to catheterization, suture, or stitching thread is not just pants or T-shirts or caps. So we went also from 5% professionals to a 32% of specialties. This already is another type of free zone and nearshoring, betting on what? Something strange. The U.S., whenever the U.S. suffered a cold, here it was lung issues like a pulmonary condition. And here, from January to January, 9% of exports over to U.S. because the U.S. has to look for economies, needs to be efficient, and not only in their territory, but also the surrounding countries. That's nearshoring, that's where we are. But the president, with a vision that is beyond the Dominican Republic, goes outside our borders looking for alliance, development of democracy. We're also betting to a platform with the entrepreneurs that have interest in the entire region, and we also have allies with Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and in principle, and and the four of us were the third economy of America, Brazil, Mexico, and then us four. And with clear policies, with the formed alliance with the U.S. that is well defined, it gives us the opportunity of creating a nearshoring, just like the Vice President said, along with the Dominican Republic working all together. We transformed that 24-hour dispatch that was mentioned before in customs, the general vision of taxes, the phytosanitary issues, exporting meats from the Dominican Republic with the approval of the laboratories of the United States, and with the whole team with a clear vision of consolidating, opening doors, and generating quality employment with a public-private alliance. And the President says it without fear. He believes in that alliance, and also he believes in relaunching a Dominican Republic that is rich of people, resources, and quality. Thank you very much, Minister. The two global CEOs and a central issue for the country and the world at the moment that we're talking here from the Dominican Republic, which is also one of the countries that has been exposed to the effects of climate changes, less than 2 months of hurricane season. Mr. Andres Gluski, if you'd like, would like to start with you, the person that has been here for over 25 years. If you could talk to us about that. Where is the Dominican Republic today? Well, the Dominican Republic has improved a lot during that period, right? So AES brought or built the first reception plant of natural gas in a country that is developing, and that changed the electricity matrix of the Dominican Republic, which is very important. So today, the Dominican Republic is very well positioned. So there are big trends in the world. So number one is that we're talking about nearshoring, which is extremely important, but associated to nearshoring, there's also the energy transition towards the energy production with less emission of carbon dioxide, which that is key. So the Dominican Republic is well positioned, is related to nearshoring, because bringing some goods, for example, from China to the U.S. consumes a lot more oil contaminants than doing this from a nearby country, a friend country. So the transition is important. So those government policies are fostering that. To give you an example, bigger amount of renewables in the Dominican Republic, which is very important, because what a lot of the companies want to do to locate themselves in a country, I would say that the first thing is that the state of law is basic, just like the minister said. But there's also trust or reliability of energy, and also the sustainability, even more, of that energy. Third, having those trade agreements or commercial agreements to be able to export and import. And in reality, the Dominican Republic has it all. Now, talking about sustainability and the resilience of the electricity system, if you see what happened with the hurricanes, the Dominican Republic surpassed in a better way, to give you an example, Puerto Rico. And today, the Dominican Republic has the latest technologies. So something that is very important now is the lithium batteries for the network stabilization, which is something that was demonstrated for the first time in the world, and that was here in the Dominican Republic, is that when there's a hurricane, which is a big problem, the transmission lines fall, and that damages the plants of electricity generation. But with the batteries, you're able to decrease those turbines without damaging them. So for us, it was very interesting to see the reaction time Puerto Rico compared to the Dominican Republic. So in all these things, I think that the Dominican Republic is very well positioned to take advantage. But this is the time now, because I've seen a lot of opportunities of opening up in different countries. It could be the oil production, aluminum production, and if those countries don't take advantage of this time, then the wave is just going to pass. And with nearshoring, once those plants are located in certain countries, it's not easy to move them again. So what's making the difference here if we're looking at the region vis-a-vis, which is the discourse, the measures, the rules? What's the highlight here? What can you say, this is the difference here in the Dominican Republic for us here as entrepreneurs? I would say, again, having a government that understands the role of the public sector and the private sector. So this is a country that wants to grow together. So for us, and the type of company that we have, we can only be good if the country's good, which sounds basic as a element that provides uncertainty, right? So, yeah, this is something that's going to say, we can't trade this. This is internal product. So we have to go hand by hand. So we feel supported. This is also a country that understands new technology. It's interesting. We've been pioneers in a lot of technologies, but starting in Chile and sometimes before the U.S. But normally, the second country is the Dominican Republic, which tells you that we've brought new technologies to Dominican Republic before Mexico and before Brazil. To give you an example, Rolando Gonzalez, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you here. This company that goes back 30 years in the energy business. Let me ask you this. Whenever we're talking about renewable energies, the president has said in international forums that the Dominican Republic is one of the 10 most vulnerable countries in all the effects and climate risks. InterEnergy has some projects of mobility and tourism that are giving lessons to the world in our region. So tell me what works. What has allowed here to place this company so importantly in the region? So we started the path to generating energies that are cleaner every single day in 1995 when we started measuring wind in Cabo Engaño to the east of the country, operating already since the year 1992 with the Punta Cana Macau Electricity or Energy Consortium. And when the business started, there was only about 2 or 3 hotels operating, and today there's more than 70 big hotels and tourism complexes. What took us there has been basically, the first thing is that the environment to make the investments. When we started, President Balaguer granted us a concession called Law 1490, which is for the Punta Cana Macau touristic destination that went from Juanillo, which is the area that today is Campana, all the way to the city of Miches in the north. So whenever we started this project, in reality, I remember the first time I visited Luis in an airplane. I went through the entire sector. I went back to President Balaguer and I said, I'd like to solve the electricity problem in this area because this is going to be an area that's going to grow enormously. So as time passed, we started realizing that there was a great wind potential in the area. And we proceeded to start measuring wind in 1996. There was a Hurricane George that came at that time and destroyed the turbines, well, not the turbines, the measuring towers. And after that, we continued having the project of measuring the wind, and we brought into the country the first windmills that they brought back then, at that time. Because of our bad luck and perhaps bad policies of the government of that time, after we had all the permits, the tourism minister at that time decided that we could not install those things in the area. And then for 5 years, we had 10 megawatts of windmills right there at the Santo Domingo port. After time passed, the mentality towards renewable energies started changing. And then later on, we were able to install some windmills in the south, close to the southern part near the border with Haiti and the area of Oviedo. So the issue for us is trust in development. So we've seen with a lot of joy the growth of the area, Punta Cana, Bávaro, Macau, Vero Alto, Miches. So at this time, for example, there are 16 hotels that are being built representing over 12,000 hotel rooms, which means that the country is going to have in the next upcoming years a bigger influx of tourists. And for that, we have announced in COP26 in Glasgow a year and a half ago that we were going to turn the Punta Cana Macau Electricity Consortium, which is perhaps the jewel of our crown here. There's going to be a company that is 100% renewable, and we already started that process, and this is going to involve an investment of above $1 billion, requiring some technologies that are not yet tested, at least not all of them. We're going to install 700 megawatts of renewable energies, like, for example, solar and photovoltaic. So we're going to build in the area of Nisibong the first pump hydro, which is a system of storing energy, bringing the water at 400 meters high and then lowering it at night, and it's going to be like a big battery. And this is going to be a project that we're going to that we're elaborating it, which is called green hydrogen, to be able to supply those new engines that we are going to be installing, and avoiding using fossil energies with the fossil fuels. So all of this, in many of the cases, requires some trust. And this is something that you would not do if you did not trust the country where you're acting. And the Dominican Republic, and I've become a Dominican here. I've lived here in the Dominican Republic now for some time. To me, this is a jewel. This is a jewel, and I come from a country that should be an incentive for me, which is Argentina. But the Dominican Republic has all of the conditions that Argentina does not have. And I think that the leadership and the vision for the future is extraordinary, which is the reason why I am so happy to do this project. Yeah, and something else I'd like to add, that for us, the success that we've had here in the Dominican Republic has also been associating ourselves with the local entrepreneurial sector. We have partners like Félix Garcia, Manuel Estrella, Rolando is also our partner. For the ones that want to invest in the country, there's also some excellent potential partners. And this has also made a mark, a trust in their own country, which helps the foreign investment when they see that the locals are also investing, which is another advantage that we've seen here in the Dominican Republic. But, Minister, we're also talking about a moment where there's a boom of renewable energies in this country, which is impressive, yeah, Mister. And you would understand, and also the scenario, because I'm also a politician. I'd like to know, in what year they did not let you install the mills after you brought them? You know, that lack of trust. That happened in the year 2003, something like that. Yeah, the president was Leonel Fernandez back then. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. The important thing, yeah, this got interesting. The thing is that we're focused on the numbers, and numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. For us, to give you an example, in the year 2021, we broke export records for the first time in the free zone sector. We found in the year 2019 in April, 130,000 employments. Today is 200,000, and we're around 7,200 in 2021 export, and this year $8 billion in exports. So, yeah, the president said it, the medical equipment too. We are diversifying the exportation matrix, which is very important. We're number ones in exports in the to the U.S. in medical equipment, electric, and quality codes, jewelry. We're exporting 1,700 products from the Dominican Republic to 137 different countries. This is a reality, but it is also a reality, and this is something I see here, the faces of a lot of business owners that have been working with us shoulder to shoulder, is that in the year 2021, the country was still closed. So there was not an important sector of the present economy, and we had a 12% growth of the GDP. Where did that come from? Well, it came out of the national production. It came out of the national business people, the foreign investment, just like They mentioned that they came over and they preferred the Dominican Republic over the trust environment that we have here today. And evidently, just like the president said it before of the event, that the polls at 2.5 years of government, there's 65% of acceptance. It feels like the people are valuing this. Well, to get more excited in the next months, I imagine that you're already talking to different companies that want to come in the free zones as an example in this big interest of investing in this country. So what can you tell us about that, Minister? Well, certainly. And we just came back from Japan and South Korea, not only nearshoring of the U.S. with American capital, but also Asian companies that see an opportunity of the DR CAFTA and opening those doors through the Dominican Republic and reposition themselves is not a secret for anybody. Last week, for example, China, that were doing some exercises blocking Taiwan. So if there was a uncertainty movement from the supply chain and everything that is supplying the United States, for example, the chips, then there would be a problem with the different articles. So they have to look for a place to position themselves, and that's here in the Dominican Republic. Before we went out on that trip last week, we went to Santiago, where, for example, we got there when we ran an analysis, what is impacting the Dominican Republic and the industry, and we identified tobacco. So by law, we declared that by law as a Dominican homestead, and importing tobacco in millions. It's reducing, but it's $1.3 billion only in tobacco to the world, out to the world. Cigars. So what do we want? We want to participate. The Dominican industry is selling more to the free zone. The free zone is growing, and this is a work opportunity for everyone. What do we want in Santiago, and what are we taking there? Medical devices, and also everything related to electronics. And a lot of things in the same style that is growing in addition to actual industry. Andres, what does the investors need to know when they come to the Dominican Republic, when we know we're in a region that is prone to weather phenomena like hurricanes especially? And what do you have in this sector to make it more resilient here, talking about energy infrastructure, as well as the first American company that is doing a study, and I would say the format of the United Nations, to see what we could do to reduce the likelihood of getting to an increase of that global temperature of 2 degrees, and also to see if our goods were resilient to the climate changes. That was like 5 years ago. In reality, it's been very interesting because one part is including assets in the Dominican Republic. We are resilient, and we have made investments to protect the assets. For example, if there's a tsunami, for example, or an underwater earthquake, or if the sea levels increase because of that change, or, for example, also a hurricane. So, yeah, I would say if you look at how the energy system has been behaving in the Dominican Republic with hurricanes, it's been one of the best in the Caribbean, if not the best that I know of all of them. So I would say, again, looking at what has been the record of the Dominican Republic, which has been excellent, but this brings up a very important point. Today, companies and investors have many, many options. So it is important to do branding of the Dominican Republic so that people learn more of the Dominican Republic, because in reality, they have a very good record. And the decarbonation process, what would you like the investors to know? It sounds like you have very interesting mobility projects over here. Well, we saw the opportunity. I bought a Tesla in the U.S., and that was in the year 2016, and I said, oh, hell, we'd like to try to do this at the Dominican Republic. So we created that Virgo company, and we tested a lot of chargers, and we didn't know that in a country like this, where there were like 40 or 50 electric cars, that this was going to have like such a big effect. But thinking that transportation should be non-contaminating, we decided to push the idea. So we created the Evergo firm, testing chargers of 13 different providers, and then we started installing chargers. There's one in the National Palace where the president, when he did his opening, he arrived to the palace in a Tesla. So we're not really proposing any special brand. When we started the business, there was like 40, 50 cars, and today there's over 8,000, close to 10,000 electric vehicles in the country. We brought buses, taxis, minibuses, and we've provided those so that the people and the operators of the tourism sector and also some other areas may test and see for themselves the advantages of the electric vehicle. So we're not really proposing any special brand or anything, but we have grown the market, and we believe that the future for the Dominican Republic would be having what we're building right now in Bávaro, which is the first electric line where all the vehicles that get there with 30 fast loaders are going to be charging with the sun or wind. So we believe that this is the future, and I was reading yesterday that in Cuba there's really long lines and tourism cannot be moved because there's no gas for taxis. So Cuba, just like any island of the area, may solve the problem with electric vehicles that have been charging with the sun. So I think that tourism, and there's over 7 million tourists that go to Punta Cana and go to the Punta Cana area they're going to continue increasing every year, and they could transport themselves in an electric bus that takes them to the hotel, and there they rent an electric car, and then all the energy they will consume is going to be electric. We also tested as a pilot plan, and I'm waiting for my friend Raquel here, which is the vice president, pays us a visit. And we created, in an island of 600 inhabitants, probably twice the size of Manhattan, with the most beautiful beaches at the Dominican Republic. There wasn't any electricity, no running water, no transportation. Fishermen had to go 40 kilometers away to get some ice. The ice that the residents needed to use had to go 40 kilometers away to get those tanks to cook too. We created an island that's 100% renewable, installed the solar panels, a sophisticated battery system too, and with that, they cook, they transport, they fish, everything with the sun, and they do not contaminate. So for the first time, they have 24-hour electricity, and their lives have changed completely. Now, let me ask you about funding for this type of project and the transitions to make this spine of this evolution of the Dominican Republic. But Rolando, if you allow me to share with the audience here and the people that are watching us, that gender factor that we were talking about before we got to the podium in terms of adopting electric cars and how women, once again, in making decisions and purchases and consumption can make a difference. Yeah. Something that I always believed, and this is something I experienced with my wife, is I drove an electric vehicle, and she didn't feel comfortable with an electric vehicle. So my sister-in-law, her sister, she also had to replace her car, change her car. So I said, let's move the needle here. So I got her one. I got her a Chinese BYD car, which is an extraordinary car. Got her a sophisticated charger, wall bag, which we have in a strategic alliance for Latin America. At her own house, it's a smart charger that tells her how many hours she's charged this week, the miles in her car. all the necessary information on her phone to be able to control consumption, etc. So it reduces that maximum charge or load in her house, doing load sharing so that it doesn't go above that certain level of capacity, and then she gets charged more for that capacity. So we taught her all those things. And for her, before, she felt a little bit frightened in traveling in an electric car and just being without any charge out there. Now she has a map where she has the chargers everywhere and lets her know if the charger is available or not, and tells her which one is the fast one, which one is not the fast one. And we're solving all these things. And women are going to be the first ones using the electric mobility because it's clean. It does not contaminate, and that's a future. And the idea is removing that fear of just running out of charges somewhere out there on the road, and then you start getting options. And we're talking about funding here. We're in an environment of high uncertainty, higher cost, credit. What about that in terms of funding projects in converting to electricity? Well, right now there's a lot of funding for electricity conversion. There's a lot of green funds. That's what they call it, green funds. More than anything, especially in Europe, there's a lot of investors that are making checklists for you to see the amount of renewables that you have, the conversions that you're doing, etc. So I think that as an area of renewable energies, there's a lot of money. But then when you get to the country risk, this is where it becomes important. The policies, the risk assessments, like it was mentioned before, it's extremely important. But the Dominican Republic has another advantage, and I haven't heard anybody mentioning it, and it's the incoming monies. They're stable. There's a great source. They do services. Two advantages: not only dollars incoming in the country in all the circumstances. A lot of times they go against the cycles. Families send more monies with the remittances to Dominican Republic, but more than that is how close we are, Dominican Republic and the U.S. In the Dominican diaspora, for example, in New York is a political factor now. It's very close, but remittances is another dollar source and another investment source in the country. I understand, Minister. Some important, and this is something I'd like to point out, is how what Dominicans are made of. Well, Rolando is Argentinian and Dominican, but the Dominican man is made of anywhere they get to. Think about their country is connected to their country. And for example, in the U.S., in New York, the Dominican man has 85% presence in supermarkets and bodegas and is all around every sector. But talking about energy, and the Ministry of Energy is here, in which we share time together in the National Energy Commission, I could tell you that the photovoltaic energy in the Dominican Republic is being pushed. We're about 25% right now, getting to a 30% to be able to have every single option available that is demanded by an energy system. And this is something that we've been talking about with ICE and Rolando. Those experiences of what a country needs to do that is efficient, more efficient every single day, cleaner energies, having a better future, better than what we founded, thinking of the responsibility, not only social, but also with our own families, of the world that we have to leave. And thinking about that, President Abinader has submitted a decree in green purchases, which means that purchases made by the government needs to think about efficiency, how friendly it is for the green, and new challenges for electricity production, emissions of any contaminant gas related to energy. And what Rolando was saying, and immediately after we arrived, we started also pushing not only electricity. There's also a charger in the MITIME and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, one of the first ones installed there with Roberto, and supporting them throughout the entire country. But also, we created a fund with special money with the Banco de Reservas, or Reserve Bank, to transform the transportation mobility to natural gas. The fund is there. It's in a trust. Unfortunately, the Ukraine war came, and it also touched everything related to fuels. Natural gas went from 2 million BTUs to 10, I think it was, and today, again, it's under 3. But we still don't have enough. We need to find that stability. But we are betting on a country that is moving to efficient, clean, and future energy. This has been an issue, and we're talked about social, political stability in terms of cost and what the citizen has to pay or pays for that energy. Minister, this year, there are some adjustments in terms of that cost for homes. That's a question. So the Dominican Republic has had the opportunity of having a president that's an economist with a timely vision and an economic team, and participating with a subsidy in the fuel sector. So we're talking about $1 billion in the 2.5 years that we have in administration. So $1 billion that has allowed us to have a stability in the prices that have not gone up. And we have been able with that to provide trust. Trust that every Friday after Friday, if we're talking about cost here, this is something that is there. Every Friday is there. Monday goes back again, and then we'll go Friday again. But we announce a subsidy that is real because we're paying for it. But in addition to that, we pay it on time for the first time. There's no fear. There's not a ghost that the government or the state is going to not pay its obligations like evidently was done before. And that's a reason why we keep highlighting the word trust, because we're up to date in each one of those subsidies that we have been placing for the benefit of mainly those that can't do so much in Dominican Republic, not only in fuel, but also public transportation, but also proteins. For example, chicken meat, which is also a part of the daily meals of the Dominican people, is maintained at some levels that perhaps the people that are watching us right now know the issue about the avian flu in the U.S., and this is where we used to get our supply, so things became more expensive. And some other ones that are saying in populism, what was it, what it was? No, it's the reality of the moment. Protection to the national producer, so it does not have an impact and an increase to the people that make less in the Dominican Republic, like flour. Subsidies of $1 billion for 2.5 years that allows that bread, pasta, also daily consumption for Dominican people gets to them. The subsidy gets also to agriculture, which is important for the Dominican Republic. On that part of the basic nutrition of the Dominican people gets there. So there's a defense policy, and the best thing, where's this money coming from? It's saving of the same budget that was there before, and we've just been saving efficient accounting and some opportunities that is going to be what's necessary and trusting. And there's a reason why it's so important for the private sector that the capital investment is going to be also complemented with the private sector that is trusting a government and a country that is pushing and towards the same direction. So the trust is that in the next upcoming months, the subsidy is going to maintain. Well, I would say 6 years, because this government is going to continue. There will be stability. That's important. Andres, something else you'd like to say? Yeah, speaking about energy, I think it's also important talking about the fact that we are in a transition, and renewable energies are extremely important, but they're intermittent. So, with technology today, is very important to have, to give you an example, access to natural gas, because being able to generate when there's no wind and no sun, and you could also use some batteries, but you also have to realize that whenever you withdraw 1,000 megawatts, for example, from a fossil plant, it requires 3,000 megawatts of renewable energies. So just like Rolando said, you're improving technologies, but we're transitioning. So I believe, again, the Dominican Republic is managing well. Why? Because they're building renewables, and I would say that they're fostering also the thermal generation, which is also needed, in the most efficient way possible. To start closing, Rolando, we only have about 3 minutes left, more or less. Replacing the culture in this country with this push in terms of renewable energies, energy matrix, investments, new installations. What is it that we're missing here in replacing culture? And we also spoke about this before we got to the podium. In this country, what do we have to work on? Well, I believe that everyone is looking at the future now as a combination of renewable energies that is more efficient every single day, and it has better yield every day. And just like Andres was saying, it is very difficult not have that base energy and the intermittency of renewable energies, and the wind is not blowing today, or the sun is not shining as hard as it always does, or there's some clouds that are covering the sun or something like that. That determines the fact that you need to have renewable energies and batteries, which are very important because they add 4 to 5 hours of additional energies, but you have to charge those batteries with a bigger amount of renewable energies. So the place is not constant, or the system of how to be able to solve the problem, because today there's some wind at a place, but there may not be enough sun, or vice versa. But the culture itself of the population throughout the entire world is headed in that direction. So what we're trying to look for is a combination of technologies in generation, and also the final result, which is transportation and the mobility of the population to make it less contaminating every single day. And you can only achieve this with electric vehicles. We're also going to be testing hydrogen as a mobility source, and the problem with hydrogen is that still in rehearsals, and we hired a very important consulting firm that is doing the entire development plan. And what they're saying is that with hydrogen, you still need to first see if we have to go to Bonia to be able to transport that, or look that the hydrogen consumption is right next to the hydrogen source, which is an electrolyzer. So we've been looking at all possible alternatives, and then trying that once we have all of that, the stability of the system is not affected, because that is very important. So the battery, and just like Andres is saying, and those base gas plants, which are the cleanest fuels in the market today, we have to solve those short-term issues right now, which is gas availability at reasonable prices, look new sources, probably go to Venezuela, making Venezuela to go back to the market. So Venezuela burns in Monagas every single day more gas than what the Dominican Republic consumes in a full year. So this is a problem that we need to start seeing. I'm going to overtime for an additional comment, but going to the minister. How do we close this conversation here? You. Well, I think that we're going to close the conversation with the fact that we've seen a lot of advantages in the Dominican Republic for investment, which are the strengths, and we're looking at a bright future, a promising future here. For me, in reality, I do recommend people that have been thinking about investing in the area the first look at the Dominican Republic here. I believe that this is the country with the best condition for the foreign investment. Minister, I don't know if you'd like to add in your final comments a renegotiation, just like happened with Mexico and Canada, which with USMCA, commercial renegotiation, some say it's urgent. How would you close this? Leaving you the country if you'd like to answer this. Well, Dominican Republic is always looking to compete in the best of the conditions. We're alert. Casually, in this moment, we have a mission. from the U.S. government in terms of trade, nearshoring, security, and the recognizing the leadership of the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean and Central America. And we're working open to the world, knowing that we have a big opportunity to grow, and just like Andres and Rolando said, to continue generating trust so that the foreign investment comes to the Dominican Republic. But we can't finish thanking you for this panel, and also for having the luxury of having us being moderated by you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
De esta manera, con este cálido aplauso.
This way, with this warm round of applause, we finished the panel facilitating sustainable and strategic sectors, positive, throws a lot of hope and sustainability. So especially, we would like to thank our panelists, Mr. Ito Bisono, who shared success cases in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, or MIPIMES, which is a result of a whole series of decisions taken timely. Also, Mr. Andres Gluski, who shared with us as AES, betting on the Dominican Republic, working together, developing the development of our country. And of course, thanking Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Boonster, who has shared the extraordinary experience in InterEnergy Group with renewable energies, highlighting all the values that the Dominican Republic has to offer. Round of applause again for our moderator, Gabriela Frias from CNN in Spanish. Joining the consideration of the Minister of Trade and Industry and MIPIMES, it's a great luxury to have you here. Thank you very much. The panel was impeccable, with the moderator and each one of the panelists. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you all to enjoy a coffee break and some time to share some opinions and to be able to be here again in 20 minutes. So let's say about 10:40 again, be here and continue with the course of the Agenda Latin American Cities Conference Santo Domingo 2023. Take a little pause and be back briefly. Thank you very much.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos, mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos, mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco. Nos conectamos para crear nuevas ideas y construir un mejor mañana. Porque si podemos soñar un mundo más sostenible, hagamos este sueño realidad, juntos. Somos Evergo, la más amplia y sofisticada red de estaciones de carga para vehículos eléctricos. Llega más lejos, mientras juntos cuidamos el planeta. Evergo, Connected Forward.
Desde el primer día supimos que permanecer en el tiempo era cosa de trabajo, de voluntades, de producir recursos para crecer y progresar. Hoy, más de un siglo después, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir siendo ejemplo de superación año tras año, y lo hacemos confiados en nuestro mayor activo, nuestra gente. Miles de obreros y empleados que continúan aportando sus conocimientos y experiencias a esta jornada de logros y realizaciones que nos enorgullece. Central Romana Corporation Limited. Más de un siglo de trabajo y progreso como el primer día.
Cada historia tiene un principio, pero el nuestro continúa escribiéndose. AES Dominicana cumple 25 años generando buenas energías en el país. Y cada año lo hemos celebrado innovando junto a nuestros clientes, creando alianzas que buscan la transición estratégica hacia nuevas soluciones inteligentes y sostenibles. Nuestro alcance global nos ha permitido impulsar el bienestar de las comunidades dominicanas, al igual que el desarrollo de la economía naranja del país. Y aunque nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro presente, nos emociona el futuro que juntos vamos a generar. Continuemos escribiendo esta historia. AES Dominicana, acelerando el futuro de la energía juntos.
Nos conectamos para seguir hacia adelante y para estar más cerca de quienes amamos. Nos conectamos para disfrutar la belleza que nos rodea. Nos conectamos para que no te detengas y los tuyos tampoco.
las personas que se encuentran fuera del salón, por favor, se acerquen. Les esperamos.
We are expecting you inside the room so we can reconvene with today's agenda of Latin American Cities Conference, Santo Domingo 2023.
Sabemos que hay muchos temas importantes para conversar, pero por favor.
We know that you have a lot of networking to do, but we would like to ask you to please approach us as we are about to start. Santo Domingo 2023. Of course, here in the Dominican Republic, we are satisfied and we are honored to see the faces of each other in this city in the Americas. The panel that follows is named Diversifying Industries, Creating Opportunities for the Development and Promoting a Weather or Proper Climate for Innovation. Leaders of the private and public sector will be discussing how to create an attractive climate for the innovative companies to take advantage of the nearshoring opportunities and the position that the Dominican Republic has as a logistic hub, an innovation hub in the Americas. Now, I would like to ask our panelists to approach the podium. Eduardo Sanz Lobaton, General Director of Customs. Thank you, Eduardo. Andrew Martin, President of Latin America, Pfizer Latin America, honoring us with his presence. And with us, we have Jose Fernandez, Regional Sales Director of Salesforce. This is an applause for him, and under the moderation of Susan Segal, President and CEO of America Society and Council of the Americas. We would like to start the panel, Diversifying Industries, Creating Opportunities for the Development and Promoting a Proper Climate for Innovation.
If you had to turn on the microphone, it would be great. Es un gran placer estar.
It is a pleasure for me to be here among these panelists. I am extremely happy as we are going to be discussing topics that are extremely important for the Dominican Republic. And now we're going to be speaking a little bit on how we can take full advantage of the opportunities associated to nearshoring and how the Dominican Republic can position itself as a logistic and innovation hub, not only in the Caribbean region, but for Latin America in general. I believe that there is a unique position between Latin America, the U.S., Europe, and the rest of the Caribbean. I believe that this is a majestic opportunity for the private sector.
It's going to be in English and in Spanish, and so I promised my great friend Andrew Martin over here that I would do part of it in English and part of it in Spanish. This is such a unique place, as you all know, and the people watching us from abroad are learning, because there is a real investment framework, a real rule of law, and a government that really understands that the private sector has a huge role to play. So the opportunity that you talked about this morning are some traditional spaces, and we want to talk about some of the non-traditional spaces, some opportunities that we would see in healthcare, opportunities that we would see in more advanced manufacturing, in the knowledge economy. How can the Dominican Republic position themselves in some of those areas, biotechnology, bioagriculture? How can the Dominican Republic position themselves in some of those spaces? So with that, we have three amazing people that have already been introduced. And I want to just start, we want to make this as interactive as possible, with Eduardo Sanz Lobaton, who's the Director of Aduanas, y como que la Vicepresidente.
And as the Vice President has said, that they have changed this completely if they can export and import in a 24-hour time period. I would like to export him to the U.S. He could change so many things. So the question is the following. An economy that is just monitoring foreign commercial laws has an important lever to promote competitiveness and the economic development. What are the projects, initiatives within your role in the Dominican Republic through the General Customs Direction that have favored the promotion of these elements with the purpose of transforming this into a logistic hub that is more efficient and safer, which is very important nowadays? Well, first of all, thank you so much to the excellent Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Raquel Peña, for including us in this panel, and because she is a leader in the government and the innovation processes. And the rest of the key members within the government and the business owners and participants in such an important panel for the future of our country and for Latin America. Minister Bisonno, who has coordinated many topics associated to logistics, started his presentation. He used the word trust. It has been all how Luis Abinader has promoted this in the public sector and private sectors. We are associated. How we are making the Dominican Republic a logistic hub. Just a couple of milestones. The General Customs Law was dated 1942. The General Customs Law is now from 2021. We have a regulation. We have an agreement with the private sector through the National Committee to facilitate commerce. That includes 9 private associations and 9 public associations. It was a decree, and now it is a legislation, a formal legislation. And this study, because we have performed studies with data, with statistics that have allowed us to reduce the dispatch time from 8 days, as the Vice President was saying, where we are able to dispatch merchandise in 24 hours. Doing this fast, is this contradicting for safety? When Luis Abinader became a president, only 40% of the cargo that was coming in and out of the country was checked by technological mechanisms, last generation mechanisms, through public and private associations. The 44% of the merchandise coming in and out of our country are being monitored by x-rays, scanners, drones, and this has even been awarded by CVP. It is the joint cooperation when we have required the financement of, we have had the support of El Reservas Bank. We have the administrator here, Samuel Pereira. And now I will switch to Spanglish.
Dylan, that I think illustrates this. It says, if you're not busy being born, you're busy dying. Si no estás ocupado naciendo.
If you're not busy being born, you're busy dying. I believe that in the government of the Dominican Republic, the innovation, the process that we are trying to find, how, as Ito was saying, how we can cooperate, how we can find the niche. For example, and I would like to conclude this first portion after this, when we go out and see how we can actually associate the logistic hub to the air hub, and I see some representatives of the most important airports in the country, 60% of the air cargo moves through the cargo slots and the commercial planes. The Dominican Republic has the most important connectivity airwise in the region. The hub study that we did along with the American Commerce Chamber, that this island has more connectivity with Europe than Brazil. You can see what a difference. If we can take full advantage of all of the passengers that are coming due to the tourism that we have, like the Vice President mentioned, and now that all of those planes that come with the baggage from the tourists, and we are just transferring more merchandise, and we are making the logistic of tourism in 10 years ago. And in the next decade, we will speak of the Dominican Republic to be the largest economic center in the region. Thank you so much. I hope I can keep on participating. Well, we can have the best rules in the world, but if there's no talent associated to those rules, and you are not able to attract any investment. With that being said, what do you believe, Jose? What are the programs that we have for training programs that can help us support the government to comply with the mission, the vision of becoming a logistic hub in a country with a lot of innovation? Susan, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much to the excellent Vice President Raquel Peña. And the audience here. And I would like to say that the technology provides to the economies is the facility of taking leverage through technology. And something very important in which we would like to become leaders within the markets would be the instruction, the education, having the capability of having this talent in place locally. That's something we were mentioning as well. The position that the Dominican Republic has within Latin America is something that will allow us towards the future to become a technological service hub. And that's where Salesforce is trying to contribute with different academies to instruct not only to develop talents of people that have gone to university, but different talents of those that have graduated high school and that didn't have the opportunity of being part of the superior education, but that have enough education for them to manage, program, develop on different technological platforms as the ones that we provide, and many of our competitors do as well. We see an opportunity. We were speaking about innovation. We were speaking about trust a moment ago, and this are the elements that are definitive in terms of the development of a country through the capacity of making this more equality in terms of technology. I believe that this is extremely important because it is not only the young boys and girls graduating from the university, but the opportunities to mention related to this is to perform a retraining of the workforce that we have for the ongoing economy. Do you have programs in place? Yes, we do. And many of the small academies that are partners are trying to initiate within the Dominican Republic is precisely not for the university students that have already graduated from, let's say, IT. They would like to be retrained for them to develop their performance and the different levels of education. That could be a high value job within the technological world. This is something that is welcoming these type of people, as we believe that this is the faster and direct way that generates more impact within the economy for its development.
Does health innovation have on social and economic development critical to what we just talked about?
Indeed. Well, first of all, thank you, Susan, and the Council for hosting this fantastic event. And I'd like to also thank the many gracious hosts here from Santo Domingo for so warmly welcoming me to this wonderful and beautiful country. I don't think it's an understatement, or I should say an overstatement, to suggest that innovation in healthcare has been one of the most transformational and powerful forces for social and economic good over the course of the past century. I assume everyone in this room cannot fathom waking up tomorrow without access to antibiotics, vaccines, insulin. Conditions, many types of cancer, for example, 20 years ago were untreatable and were tantamount to a death sentence. We now are able to manage, and in many cases cure, many types of cancer. From an economic perspective, economists attribute nearly 1/3 of total GDP per capita growth over the last century to innovation in healthcare. And it's projected that by 2040, additional investment in healthcare will contribute $12 trillion in GDP growth, which is equivalent to nearly 0.5 percentage point per year. Fortunately, that investment thesis holds here in Latin America as well. McKinsey recently conducted a study that suggests for every dollar invested in healthcare in Latin America, it will produce a return of between $1 and $2. That means for upper middle income or low to middle income countries, GDP growth of 6.5%, and for low income countries, nearly 12%. So it's consequential. Unfortunately, the same thesis holds in reverse. meaning that disinvestment in healthcare will drive negative GDP growth. And I'll give another example from here in Latin America. Globally, we're facing a crisis related to non-communicable disease, notably things like obesity and diabetes. Here in Latin America, it's expected that by 2030, there'll be a 50% increase in non-communicable diseases. That translates to negative 2.5% growth. So to put that in perspective, that's sufficient to wipe out the totality of projected GDP growth this year in the region. So the question is, why is innovation in healthcare so important? And there's many answers to that, but part of it is that it produces much more than just clinical benefit. It produces environmental benefit, social impact, the totality of which is what moves society and economies forward. From a micro perspective, improvement in healthcare and the quality of medicines increases life expectancy and the quality of life, both of which produce improvement in human capital and labor productivity. It's been demonstrated to close the gaps that exist in society that are race or gender or economically driven. And from a macro perspective, it clearly, as I mentioned earlier, has the power to drive GDP growth. GDP growth drives or unlocks investment in infrastructure, in education, and further innovation. And so the challenge for us from an industry perspective is working with governments to help them appreciate that investment in healthcare is an investment in a growing and sustainable economy and is not just an expense.
So following on that question, could you be kind of a little specific about what are the key success factors for building an innovative ecosystem that takes you to what you just discussed?
So I think we all saw painfully the relationship between the health of society and its productivity as a result of the pandemic. In Latin America, we suffered far greater than any other region in the world, both from a GDP perspective and a life expectancy perspective. Unfortunately, innovation typically does not thrive in a vacuum. It requires a robust ecosystem of support that surrounds it. From a biotech or from a healthcare perspective, that consists of, among many, the following: a strong, reliable, and efficient regulatory framework that ensures we close the gap between availability of innovative medicines from the US and Europe into Latin America. It requires strong intellectual property protections and enforcement of those protections. It requires strong and resilient supply chains, transparent procurement models that are not based just on price, but recognize the value medicines and vaccines bring to society. It requires the rule of law, and it requires access to capital. And we believe that we play an important role in the creation of that ecosystem and partnering with the public sector to achieve that goal. I guess I'll close by quoting, I think it was Thomas Edison who said that innovation is 5% inspiration and 95% perspiration. And I think that's a perfect anecdote to underscore the importance of working to create that ecosystem that supports innovation.
Thank you very much. Eduardo, you had a comment, I think.
Como decía.
As Andrew was mentioning, innovation is in the only way that the developing economies can move forward. And that's why in the Dominican Republic, and we have the public health minister among us, when we were during the pandemic, many of the challenges that we face, how we coordinated the follow-up through the cabinet, that the vice president was the leader and many of us participated, for the Dominican Republic to become the first country in the region to have a determining approach in COVID-19 pandemic. We opened up to tourism. We were recognized by the World Tourism Organization. We were the first country that were executing the force through our industrial capacity and through our free zones as well. And this demonstrated that it was possible for us to be able to overcome a calamity that the citizens didn't see since the Spanish flu of the last century. It is something that President Luis Abinader did in the Dominican Republic, the same thing in the ports and the docks. all the profits that we obtain in the customs direction, it grew 30% above the goal that it was established by the finance ministry, which is something that allow us to put grants in the fuel, in the gas, and increase our social aids and generate increase in our public health budget. As Andrew said, only innovating in terms of public health, in terms of logistics, innovating in terms of investment, we can overcome all the issues and challenges that affect Latin America and Dominican Republic. And it's not that we don't want to be modest. We are an example. You mentioned a variable that is a difference or that differentiates the Dominican Republic. Can you comment related to other countries in the region and why a multinational company should select a Dominican Republic as a country to invest? Well, before speaking about the public role, I worked as an attorney advising foreign investors that were coming to the country. The first thing that the investor sees is the legal frame of work. And that's the due diligence of the investors. The Dominican Republic has demonstrated that they have a security in terms of the legal frame of work. But also, we are within a legislation that promotes the logistics centers. We are renovating aspects in our taxing regulations through the internal taxing direction to simplify all of this so the investors have a frame of work, a legal frame of work, a judicial frame of work. If you want to invest in tourism, we have demonstrated that we have the know-how and the strength to do so. If you want to invest and provide service in the touristic sector, we have demonstrated that we have the logistic capacity. We have 8 international airports. We have docks available, ports, and different points of our islands and the connectivity of this country. If you produce in Colombia, you want to sell in the U.S., this is the place to do so. If you produce in Costa Rica and you want to sell in France, this is the place, and vice versa. And the sociological history of the Dominican Republic, anyone here can speak 2 or 3 languages. Anyone has at the service. We have a sociological racial mix. The blackest could be Dominican and the whitest could be Dominican as well, because we don't have any racial distinction. All of these are opportunities that an investor sees. They want to, if you want to invest from China, from India, and you are going to find a place for you within the Dominican Republic. That's why I believe that we are a trendy country in terms of investments. Minister Visono mentioned the numbers, more than $8,000 million in foreign investors last year. Those are important data, and that's something that kills everything else. In the next years within the government, I am convinced that this country will be fruitful enough and will jump from a developing economy to a developed economy with, of course, the limitations that we have, the 12 million of people within the island, because we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we would like to be an example for Latin America. And you are a wonderful example. Yes, Jose. What is the role that the technological industry in terms of the innovation climate that favor the investment and the economic opportunities? Thank you, Susan. Yes, I would like to say that pandemic was an element that was a disaster. It was a disgrace, I would say. But technological innovation was the response for us to be able to act based on the limitations that this disease generated. These innovations, this capacity that anyone is able to work from any place, that the headquarters was able to be distributed to the places of those people that for any reason they couldn't be on site, and that have generated a technological boom within the different companies in Latin America and particularly in the Dominican Republic. We have seen the many demands within the Dominican Republic, and with the digital transformation, the capacity of having a better and easier approach to each of the users, to the patients, the users, the citizens, depending on the description you would like to give within each of the companies. And this is one of the elements that we have seen in particular here. Speaking about digital transformation,
Huge space and a real opportunity potentially for the Dominican Republic, not just for e-health in the country, but also, as Jose just said, and I think as Eduardo alluded to, you can live in the Dominican Republic and service through call centers or other types of centers the rest of the world. So could you talk a little bit about the future of digital health from your perspective and how important that is?
Yeah, I mean, it's inextricably linked to the future of the healthcare system, and I'll highlight a couple of examples of that. One, I view technology, in particular the digitization of the healthcare system, as a force multiplier in terms of accelerating innovation and access to innovation. Secondly, I view digitization as a democratizing force. It's a great equalizer. And so if I start with the first, the pace at which technology is advancing our ability to develop new and innovative medicines and vaccines is astounding. In fact, just last night, I'll give an example, just last night out of Boston, they announced the development of a new AI-enabled technology that can identify with 95% accuracy the location of lung cancer a year to 2 years before it actually shows up on a CT scan or a radiologist can pick it up. Think about that.
That's incredible.
For a second. And in fact, in the last year, the FDA has approved over 100 similar types of technology that are allowing us to identify and ultimately then treat proactively cancers, among other conditions, substantially earlier than we are today. That's pretty impressive. The vaccine that we created to prevent against severe disease or hospitalization for COVID is the result of the mRNA platform and our ability to rapidly decode the DNA that was causing the replication and transmission of the COVID, SARS-CoV-2 virus. We took a process that historically was between 10 and 18 years and produced a vaccine in less than 9 months. So it's clear that technology is the future of innovation for the healthcare system, not just in terms of our ability to develop new medicines, but to diagnose, to treat, and to operationalize or deliver those medicines to patients regardless of where they live or their socioeconomic condition. In terms of its capacity to democratize and to create more equitable societies, digitization also plays a substantial role. What we know from overwhelming evidence is that more educated people make better decisions in terms of how they allocate and use their health care resources. The same is true for governments. We also know that doctors who can leverage digital technology and digital means of communication are better equipped to make an earlier diagnosis and to make a better, more appropriate treatment decision. And so Pfizer is investing on both fronts, and not just in using AI and machine learning to accelerate the innovation of new medicines, but we're investing in countries like the Dominican Republic as a vehicle for reducing the inequities and access to healthcare, because we believe that everyone is entitled to access the same quality and level of healthcare deliveries that exist in the big cities and for the wealthier segments of the population.
Muchas gracias, José. Yo creo que tiene comentarios sobre eso.
Thank you so much. I believe Jose has a comment about this. Yes, technology. And what you just mentioned, the geographical location of the Dominican Republic, the facility that this gives us, not only the technology, the users of the technology, and those, and the local markets and international markets as well, is a phenomenon that we have been seeing with many of our partners, that the investment that they have been doing with the talent, it is used to serve markets that are bigger, that are required in terms of service. That exportation of the service contributes at the same time with the local economy. Eduardo, being a general director of customs, what is the biggest opportunity that you see in the Dominican Republic nowadays? Well, this question generates a lot of passion to me, because if we review the history of our country, we have always been driving the sweets economy, chocolate, sugarcane, and so on. And then how our half island was developed and the touristic exploitation with the vision of entrepreneurs and the effort of the government back then at the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, and then the 90s. And now, the next opportunity that we see within our island, I have spoken this with the president and the vice president, with Ito, that we believe in logistics. Christopher Columbus didn't find us by chance. We are like our poet Pedro Mir said, we are a country within the sun path, and we have invested in air infrastructure, maritime infrastructure, legislation, training of our people. The possibility that the Dominicans can go to Europe, and you find Dominican communities in Geneva, in Spain, in Paris, and that's something I was discussing with Andrew. They go to Providence, Florida. The diaspora in other countries of Dominicans connect us with those economies. And if we make logistics, as it has already happened, if there's a factory that is close in Zaragoza, Spain, and they come down here to distribute part cards, one of the biggest fuel companies has its center for distribution in Caucedo to distribute the fuel in Latin America and the Caribbean logistic. And this is a personal anecdote. My son went to study to the United States a year ago. He's studying economics, and he had to select his major. He studies in Chicago. And I told him, I hope you listen to me, that it doesn't happen all the time for you to select logistics as a major. This is the future of the Dominican Republic. And logistics,
Singapore is all about technology.
It's all about technology, and it's all about time saving. Por eso el proyecto de 24.
That's why the 24-hour project is something very important. To do it faster, safer, you're going to do it. It's actually going to happen. Do you see many other opportunities? Do you have the talent, or do you have to train them? We have a lot of talent. That's something we have confirmed, but definitely there is an opportunity for us to develop more talent that can provide supports or let's say generate initiatives in the different perspectives, and that is what we're contributing for.
The vision of being a center, a logistical center for the hemisphere with healthcare. Can this match? Can you create drugs here and export them around the world? What are the opportunities?
I think it would be wonderful if we could envision a future where that is possible. What I can say is we're very proud of the partnership we've had with the government and acknowledge their excellent stewardship of Dominican Republic through the pandemic. We also recognize the tremendous effort and improvement in developing the very ecosystem and the conditions that underpin the ecosystem I described earlier in the Dominican Republic. And so, yes, we view the Dominican Republic as a source for growth. I would love to see us contribute to boosting the knowledge economy in a place like the Dominican Republic. I'm less interested in building additional brick and mortar facilities where we're producing medicines, but more interested in the knowledge economy, which produces sustainable, higher paying jobs. And I think better positions Dominican Republic, not just within Central America and in the Caribbean, but in the region as a thought leader. So yes, we'd love to discuss the prospects of clinical trial development, research and development, among other things here in Dominican Republic.
And to make that happen, tell us one line of what has to happen to make that happen.
Healthcare has to be seen as an investment in the growth of both societally and economically, and not as an expense.
Great. Yes.
Un comentario final, porque veo.
A final comment, because I see large representatives of the private sector of a country among us. Maybe one of the main leaders in companies, the effort of the private sector. I believe that the Dominican Republic has a historical conjunction. And we have a government that understands the world of the investment, the employment creation, and that values these. This is the moment that our private capital should invest. And as Frank Rainieri mentioned 34 years ago, and went to a place called Punta Cana, and it was just so far away, full with mosquitoes and bugs. And that's how our friends from Casa de Unity, and this capital should be invested in logistic and the logistic capacity of our country. And I believe that this is not something that we will regret.
4 seconds left. Jose,
Jose, you can take a minute of that. In the economic development of any of these societies, and in particular of the Society of the Dominican Republic. With that being said, I would like to say that we are fully invested in different conversations that in fact we sustained in the past with the excellent Vice President of the Dominican Republic, and definitely I believe that this is one of the elements that together, along with the private and government initiatives, we should be working together.
The pandemic made clear the sheer power and possibility that can be realized through public-private partnerships. And so our sincere hope is that we can continue to build on the lessons that we've learned through that pandemic and the value that partnership creates, enabling us to address our shared value of improving the quality and delivery of health care for everyone in the Dominican Republic.
Eduardo, do you have a final comment? I'm sure.
El presidente de la República.
The President of the Dominican Republic loves to say this phrase, and I feel very passionate about this. This is the moment to invest in DR.
Vamos.
Con eso, yo creo.
With that being said, I would like to say that time's up, but I believe that this has been a very important panel. I believe we have touched base on different topics, and I think we didn't touch the education topic a lot.
Is education. And so I think this is the big opportunity as well as we combine everything that we talked about here, Center for Logistics, retraining of talent, healthcare, and the importance of digital, not just in healthcare, but across so many sectors. It really goes to basic education. And that is a challenge and an opportunity, not just here, but in many places in the world. So I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank the Vice President for inviting us here today. And let's give the panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Este aplauso es más que merecido.
This is a well-deserved round of applause. Such an important panel. As the moderator said, Susan Segal, President and CEO of American Society, Council of the Americas. We are in complete agreement with her. Brilliant our participants. Panelists, Eduardo Sanz-Lobaton, General Director of Customs, Andrew Martin, Latin America Vice President, and Jose Fernandez, Sales Director from Salesforce. Very important topics that have been discussed, and also the capacity of summarizing has been highlighted because your time has been wonderful. We are very thankful for the sharing of experience, your vision, your experience with everyone among us. And well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, now this is the moment for the panel named Public-Private Cooperation for Innovative Opportunities that promote the sustainable development. We have leaders here today that will be speaking about the public-private efforts that is necessary to promote the investment and empower the operational frame of work of the economic growth. They will be touching base today in the morning about infrastructure, digital transformation. They're going to be speaking about transportation, medical devices, and other punctual opportunities along with the project financement. To start the third panel of this morning, I would like to ask those in this scenario. We would like Mr. Samuel Pereira Rojas, who is the administrator of El Reservas Bank. A round of applause for him, please.
También forma parte importante de este panel.
An important part of our panel, we have Jose Miguel González Cuadra, Executive President of CCN, National Cuesta Center, or Centro Cuesta Nacional, the correct name in Spanish. Antonio Silveira, Infrastructure and Digital Transformation Manager, CAFA, Development Bank of Latin America.
También nos distingue con su presencia.
Also, with our presence, we have Manuela Uribe, Director and General Manager of the Caribbean of Medtronic. And this panel as well is under the moderation of Mari Fernandez, Patrick of Hedrick, Risique, Alvarez, and Fernandez. A round of applause for her as well.
Bueno, señores, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. This is the last panel of the day. It's an honor for me to be able to moderate this panel. And I would like to thank you for the invitation of the Dominican Republic Vice President and the American Society Councils of the Americas. I believe that the first thing that we should ask each other is, why are we here? What has happened to us that nowadays we are not one of the first world countries? For us to answer this question, I believe that we would need to highlight, not us, Latin America in general, hasn't had the economic results as other countries. And perhaps is that we have concentrated more than anything in the macroeconomic stability that we enjoy so much. But to be honest, closing the gap for the growth, the level of income of high-level countries require other aspects. And definitely that our country, as an example of this growth in terms of macroeconomics, should be concentrated, as others say, in which they need to reorientate their policies, review their strategies so they can move forward in the production and exportation perspective on a worldwide. That's why we're here today. This is the idea that we have in terms of the public-private partnership that is, more than anything, long-term agreements among the public and private sectors for us to be able to carry out goods and services of general interest to the population. The reason behind this is very simple. In the past, the state was dominating the market. Nowadays, this is being done by the private companies. And in a country with scarce resources that has a lot of needs, as the health ministry very well knows, that is right in front of me, constitutes a singular opportunity for us to be able to develop certain areas of economy. Developing the cooperation, the public-private cooperation, because this is not something that is going to help us to develop infrastructure exclusively and the digital transformation, but it's something that will help us improve the healthcare conditions of the whole population. There are projects that involve many things. One of them is one that we saw not long ago with the COVID pandemic. The Dominican Republic was an example in which the public and private sectors worked together in cooperation without the existence of formal cooperation instances that would define that relationship. The Dominican Republic Vice President took the initiative of the Neuralgic Center, and this was composed by those within the public and private sectors. This Neuralgic Center assumed the coordination of all the tasks associated to the pandemic that were not a few, from designing draft laws for us to be able to add the vaccines to our public procurement system, the negotiation, the contracts of the vaccines, sanitary regulations, the review of the provisional authorization for the providers of the vaccination. And also we have the vaccine application logistic and the statistics that we had to develop, not only to monitor the application, but the possible side effects as well. Well, the Dominican Republic, after this, they follow the path of having a public-private cooperation managed, directed by the law. And now we have Law 4720 about the public-private alliances, PPAs, as we call them in English. PPAs are not the typical third-party contracting for the performing of a, let's say, a construction or a service, a good or a service. It's not done privately because it's no good, not good service. Good or a service associated to this. For this, we have here to speak about this for 4 excellent panelists. And I have the honor, Samuel Pereira Rojas, administrator of El Reservas Bank, or Reserves Bank, the first bank of the Dominican Republic. Jose Miguel González Cuadra, executive director of CCN, one of the biggest centers in the country. Antonio Silveira, infrastructure and digital transformation in CAF and a friend of the Dominican Republic. And Manuela Uribe from Medtronics. We're going to start this presentation, this panel, with Mr. Pereira, the administrator of the Reservas Bank. As you know, Dominicans admitted that the public services could be satisfied under the public-private partnerships. If we comply with the requirements established by the law, this could be used as a mechanism or a structure to provide a public service. In the past, and as I mentioned not long ago, as we saw with the pandemic, this is something that highlighted the need of the public-private cooperation for us to be able to protect our population. So, with that being said, from Banreserva's perspective, how are you providing support to the productive sectors to promote this growth in the different sectors associated to the Dominican Republic? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mari Fernandez, such a friend, and who I admire so much as an attorney. Raquel Peña Susan, thank you so much for the invitation. All of the business owners and panelists among us. I would like to start by saying how we started as a government, and it was the pandemic that has been mentioned so much today. During that pandemic, we started the government period during the pandemic where we were taught to be resilient, proactive, disruptive, and everything associated to our tasks and duties from Banreservas. Due to the pandemic, we started providing support to the social government programs of the government of the Dominican Republic that were needed and have been needed for such time. We created and supported with Superate bonds, family support grants, mother grants, and also Christmas grants or bonuses, which was a cyclic. I don't know if you remember in the past that this was a program that the Dominican families were receiving the Christmas boxes or baskets that were being given to the whole families. That was affecting the human dignity of Dominicans. And along with the government and Banreservas, we created a mechanism of social aid that was done through a payment card that we worked together with Visa and MasterCard providers, where this product was created and that social aid was delivered to over 2 million of Dominicans through this financial product. With that being said, we contributed to the financial inclusion of many Dominicans that were not using the banking system. And we have provided support to the different productive sectors, such as tourism, agriculture, SMEs, and the specific case of tourism, like in the pandemic. In that portfolio of the tourism, with all of the banks and financial institutions, all of the banks were restructuring that financial portfolio, and perhaps they were not providing financement to new projects within the Dominican Republic. I come from the private sector, and we are meeting as a team, and thanks to the marvelous work that our President, Luis Abinader, has been doing, the Vice President has performed managing the Health Cabinet along with the Public Health Ministry, we thought and we said, a touristic project for us to start, minimum is 18 months. And with the work that the government is doing through President Luis Abinader, if we start supporting these new touristic projects, and we are going to be granting new financement, with that, the portfolio of Banreservas in the touristic sector grew, which generated other financial institutions. We have Christopher Paniagua here, who is the president's Banco Popular, working together, providing support with the pertaining loans with new financement options. Chris and I worked and competed market-wise, but we work together to favor all the business owners and companies within the Dominican Republic. Other than the products and the support provided in the agriculture sector, for example, Banco de Reservas has been the leader in terms of rice and beans financement. We have disbursed more than $15,000 million to a preferential interest rate for the rice and beans production to be static in terms of price. And we have been promoting the banking program, in which we are taking to 1 million of Dominicans that are using the banking system for them to stop being informal and to be part of the financial inclusion. And more than 35,000 Dominicans have been opening up bank accounts within the financial system. And that's something that we have discussed a lot in the productive sectors as well, of green energy sources with renewable energy plan for the photovoltaic financement, photovoltaic park financement. We have Roberto Herrera here, and we have an agreement with a company that with the electrical chargers, we are the bank that has a vast amount of branches within the Dominican Republic, specifically in the south, which is the poorest region of our country. And along with this, we have sustained and have different charges in different sites to help the Dominicans. Without financement, none of the projects will move forward. Moving forward, Antonio Silveiro, I would like to know if you understand that the PPPs, as we call them, public-private partnerships, PPPs, constitute a mechanism to reduce the gaps in terms of infrastructure or competitiveness. But more than anything, how would this be carried out? How do we handle this? Thank you so much. Before I answer, it's very difficult, but I would like to thank the Dominican Republic government, specifically the Vice President, for the invitation, and American Society Council of the Americas for the space granted to us. It is a pleasure. Well, you started what, let's say, for the development gaps that we currently have in terms of other countries and other regions, and this is something that I could, let's say, sauce it up. The countries that accomplish the development leap were able to accomplish this with a specific and original arrangement of a public-private partnership that could be fundamental, like the case of England and then the U.S. And more recently, along with other countries, there's no time to deepen this. I just would like to sauce it up because this is a fact, of course. But speaking specifically about the gaps in terms of infrastructure and more than anything, infrastructure services. I was in the approval of the PPP law in 2004. I was starting within the government, and I participated in the building of this. And then I was part of the World Bank and as a representative in the Dominican Republic. There were 9 countries, among which the Dominican Republic was there as a representative with the World Bank. We were able to see not only the importance of the mechanism and the importance as well of the government and organizing itself to promote a proper PPP environment. This is crucial. We speak about the PPPs as a mechanism to do more instead of less, and have a bunch of initiatives out of the public balance or reducing the size of the public sector. We need to be very careful because the PPPs need a public sector, they need a government different of the government that we had in the past. Why? Well, PPPs, it is from private resources to be associated or part of the public sector. And there are different areas associated to this depending on the story in terms of the association, the government, and the private sectors. But in Latin America, I would say that this is the path to follow. It could be economic, social infrastructure, and other public services. We need to see both sides. How can we align the interests of the government and the private sector for us to be able to provide services that could be best quality services that are actually funded due to a PPP initiative and that improve the livelihood of the general audience, because these are 3 pillars to consider. If we are missing one of these, the program can have issues. And with that being said, we require from the public sector a different preparation in which we need to have a bunch of engineers, let's say, working on a highway. It is needed, but we will require economic analysts, attorneys, because they're going to start working with long-term contracts, and these long-term projects are incomplete contracts. On one part, they have to develop the capacity of building these contracts so well. Putting this in an auction modality stimulates competition for the private sector to have the competitive pressure that allows them to innovate and to reduce the prices. And something else to mention is that once we have the contracts in place, we need to have the capacity of handling these contracts. And like these are long-term contracts, so we will have spaces to dispute them even though there are no pandemics, catastrophes, or nothing associated to these. There should be a capacity within the public sector of handling these contracts. Because, of course, the long-term projects have a lot of risks. Part of the PPPs is the allocation of the risks that could be a burden to the private and public sectors. A good allocation of these resources is a good conversation, but we need to have a good mechanism to manage the disputes. And if there's something worse than a pandemic, to have the clarity not only in front of the government sector, but also the judicial systems on how to handle catastrophic situations. Part of the life contracts of the PPPs are part of the judicial financial topics, and it's extremely important. The way in which we can handle this could actually mean the continuity or the death of a PPP program. For example, we have the 2 sides of Latin America, the Caribbean, those that were able to handle very well in the pandemic, in which the demand reduced a lot, and this generated a reduction in the contracts, and some other countries that handled this even better, and other countries that were not able to handle this. Even though they were mature enough and a tradition in terms of PPPs, they're out of the investors' map because they didn't treat the investors properly. I will not specify any countries. So the key message that I have is that this is an excellent way for us to be able to see that the importance of the state, the construction and operation of any of these, it would be to provide good public services. And with that, we can create a good association within the private sector, handling very well the risks, the interest, and having a capacity of handling complicated situations. So this has a different management within the traditional government, and it's very important for us to keep this in mind. And that's it. I will leave it there. You heard all the factors that produce, let's say, a broth. I would like to know what Manuela Uribe thinks. What's the place that the Dominican Republic has in the Medtronic regional strategy? And how do you see our country so we can continue to grow with sustainable operations? Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. To the marvelous Vice President, thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. The Medtronic story is extended to almost 2 decades ago. We got to this country. The minister was speaking about the threats that were not only to sew any fabric. Since 1998, we have been in San Isidro with the Medtronic headquarters. We reach 179 countries. We are the medical device company that is the largest company in the world for medical devices. Perhaps you know people that have pacemakers from Medtronics. And that's the history, how was born in the Dominican Republic from San Isidro. And we chose the Dominican Republic back then due to 2 very important factors that have been discussed. The qualified talent, which is fundamental. Many people think that stitching is easy, but you need to go ahead and put the thread within the... And we need a political, social, economical and political stability. And since then, we believe something fundamental for Medtronic. A healthy country is a country that grows. And as Mr. Andrew from Pfizer said, having access is one of the challenges that we have in terms of healthcare. We work together. And we have been working in the commercial perspective to guarantee that all of the technologies that we currently have in the developed countries are available as well for the Dominican Republic. Currently, we have over 4,300 cooperators on a country level, and we have spoken about diversity. 47% are women in the leadership team. We are lucky enough to do 50 and 50 in the Caribbean, which is very important in our sector, in our country as well. I believe that the story has been very interesting. We have been able to grow together with the Dominican Republic. It's still a country that is being developed, and along with the government, we have been working very hard on how to guarantee the access to provide high-quality services to deliver to the Dominicans our devices and all the knowledge that we have in terms of technology, because as we have said, innovation moves faster than expected, and we need to be very open. How do we accept these technologies as a country and we involve them to make them available for the population that we have in the Dominican Republic? It was a pleasure. I forgot to say that Medtronics has been the responsible free zone of taking our country to a different level in the preparation of medical and pharmaceutical devices. As she said, We are the ones that are providing this on a worldwide. And I would like to thank you for this. And more than anything, I believe that the contribution of females in this company has been extremely important, because if half of your staff are women, I believe that there's a good dosage there that ensures success. Jose Miguel, based on your experience as a Dominican successful business owner, how do you see the cooperation, public-private cooperation within the Dominican Republic and from the Dominican Republic?
Bueno. ¿Me oye? Sí.
Can you hear me? I believe if as a country we can feel proud about, that is a differentiator and that makes us a more competitive country. If we compare ourselves to the rest of the countries of the region, it will be the public and private cooperation. For many years, we have demonstrated that working together in the public-private sector, if we have existing laws that consolidate and that will provide more strength to the public-private associations, that we have known how to work, how to cooperate, working together. And thanks to this, we have been able to move forward faster than other countries. This trust weather that exists, and when we are speaking privately, we're not only speaking about the private sector on the business sector, but we have private sectors as well that have worked together with the government with different issues and challenges that we have had to face, that we have faced in the past, and we have moved forward. And I think that as a country, or at least in my experience, in comparison to other countries, I feel very proud. And I believe this is something that we should keep consolidating. And that's something that perhaps we are not seeing, how beneficial it is for us to keep working together, for us to be able to reach all the goals moving forward. Of the last example that we were able to see was when the Vice President directed, as you mentioned earlier, during the pandemic, this enormous effort for us to be able to face and mitigate the effects associated to the pandemic that arise suddenly. The public and private sectors, they work together. And we demonstrated in the world that working together, we were able to do this faster and better than other countries. So we have many other examples that perhaps are unnoticed. The Santiago Free Zone is another example on how this was done many years ago, and many other projects where the government had the need to intervene to help the private sector, and that's how the private sector has cooperated as well with the government. Now we are facing to a topic that is very important, and we feel identified. PPPs would be, for example, the rice producers. The topic that we have to associate within the free trade agreements, one of the most important sectors is being affected. We need all to work together in cooperation for us to be able to move forward and for us to keep on being competitive, that this large industry that represents the Dominican Republic, that generates a lot of employment, to be sustainable. And I believe that this is the example that we have as a country. We need to consolidate this. And I believe that this new PPP law will redirect these efforts to these investments that are very important, and that will provide the legal framework for us to be able to advance faster and for these investments to be carried out and for the government to concentrate in the social perspective. As you said, Jose Miguel, that public-private cooperation has been done for quite some time, and is due to the non-formal instances as we had it in the past, because the PPP's laws are from 2020. It is important to keep in mind that this law was approved in the middle of the pandemic crisis of COVID-19. And this is something that takes me to Antonio Silveira, because I would like to take this opportunity to ask, how can we, or how can CAF provide support to the programs and projects of PPPs in member countries? And specifically, what should our companies do to accomplish the support from you guys. Because as we said before, without the financement, independently on the project that we have, we won't be able to reach anywhere. Thank you. Well, let's speak about the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic is in the last steps to be a full member in CAF, which will be very important. And I'm not going to be speaking exclusively about how the companies can do so, but how can the Dominican Republic can get support from CAF to have a successful program. Today in the morning, I was speaking about the PPP structure in the Dominican Republic, and I am very happy to see that there's a project pipeline and that there is an infrastructure that is operational of a PPP council, and that we have the foundation for each of these are very well done. There's a pipeline and project of $9,000 million, which is very interesting. So with that being said, how can CAF support something that is already there? Well, first, training. Because as I mentioned before, the government has already some steps, and perhaps some additional steps are required. And for that, CAF offers all the regional countries that are members a PPP program for public officials, where, other than excellent teachers that will touch base on specific topics, there's something extremely important, which is the exchange of experiences among the countries. The issues that the Dominican Republic has, or that the Dominican Republic will have, possibly already happened with other countries, and for us to perform a benchmark on how to handle them, how to understand them. So we have all these training mechanisms in place. The support to the government in the different organizations, financement as well to the government and the private sector too. Many times the government has a financial counterpart in terms of PPPs that could be a capital force, and the CAF can finance this to the government in the same way they can finance public sector. Indirectly in the public financement reports, for this to be a corporate financement and for this to be a guarantee that is offered for a public national bank that requires this. And the financial products, we have all of the standard financial products, other than trying to introduce other innovations that can provide support financially to the PPPs as a regional credit carbon market, where Latin America and the Caribbean have a potential market, and they could have very good negotiation techniques with different buyers such as China, US, and European Union. We are promoting this for the different projects associated to any carbon-related projects, and for us to have better access to any of the buyers. Thank you. Jose Miguel. Listening to what Mr. Silveira mentioned, I would like to go back to you and ask, which are the comparative advantages that you understand that we have as a country in front of our competitors? I believe that we have many, but that the Dominican Republic has demonstrated a high growth of sustainable growth. In the last decade, we have been the country that has grown the most in Latin America. At the same time, with the pandemic, it was demonstrated that as a country, we can do things with agility, faster, with efficiency, and how we are able to recover that economy, which demonstrates it's a solid, healthy economy that can be recovered with the correct decisions very fast. We have one of the investment climates in the region that is the stablest, with a monetary and a taxing policy that is stable, that generates a lot of trust to the investors. At the same time, we have an incentive policy in areas such as tourism, free zone, renewable energy sources that at the same time attract a lot of investment. And along with the free trade agreements that we have with the U.S., Europe, with Central America, and some other multilateral, bilateral sites such as Panama. And due to the geographical population where we have, like the customs director said, not only becoming a center in the Caribbean, but regionally with the incentives and agreements that we have accompanied with one of the best infrastructures that we have in the region in terms of ports, airports. And recently, the investments that the current government is doing in touristic ports makes the Dominican Republic that has the infrastructure, the taxing policy, the stability economically. There's a cooperation that is a good example of the public-private relationship. I believe that all of this makes the Dominican Republic that is attractive and that has a lot of potential. And I believe that is a very good example that the Dominicans business owners are investing in a more aggressive way, being more enthusiastic in the Dominican Republic, which demonstrates a lot of trust for the rest of the investors. Without forgetting, and I believe that this was something mentioned as well, with the companies and the capacity that the Dominicans have, the professionality, with all of this, and if we add all of this, I believe that we have a lot of potential and a very good future. Thank you so much. Yes, all of this without forgetting the financement portion, because, as I mentioned before, we can't leave this aside. I would like to go back to Mr. Samuel Pereira, because seeing the current revolution that is extensive in the management of the financial companies and the evolution of fintechs, I would like to know what El Reservas Bank is doing. What are the future plans that El Reservas Bank has for these technologies? Well, when we got to the Reservas Bank, we saw that this was a very large bank, but with low investment in terms of technological innovation. As a team, we decided to transform digitally El Reservas Bank and make El Reservas Bank as a technological company that provides financial services. And based on this, we started innovating technologically. We created a technology lab where we implemented new financial products and new technologies to provide benefit to our users. And going back to the pandemic brought to all of the companies, accelerated the digital transformation process to all the companies in the Dominican Republic and the world. As El Reservas Bank, we decided that we are the biggest bank in terms of detail of the Dominican Republic. Right now, we had a challenge of trying to decongest the different branches of our bank, and we invested in the transaction apps of El Reservas Bank. We are the only bank in the Dominican Republic that have a sponsored data project, which is translated that in agreement with the service providers, the communication service providers, as you very well know, the humblest people using the app, many times they don't want to use it because they don't have any internet. So we made an agreement with the phone companies where we prepaid the use of the data so the users can go into the app for free without wasting their internet. And we decongest our branch because in that way they don't have to go to the branches and they can use the app. In that process, we changed the bank profile and we started the dual office, which is a technological office located here in Blue Mall, where the users have a self-service experience. It's an office where you only have 2 tellers. Everything else, we have 10 ATMs, touch screens where the users go and perform the transactions without having the need of seeking help from anybody else, changing the technological process in the bank. And at the same time, El Reservas Bank made an innovation, creating the first digital wallet. And under the project called Mío of Banreservas, we accomplished for each Dominican of Banreservas to have a digital simplified company where the users, just by downloading Mío app from Banreservas with their country ID, they take a picture to the country ID, they take a picture of themselves, and 3 minutes later, their bank account is open. That is associated to financial inclusion and making the banking system available for everyone. And thanks to this, most of the Dominicans have an account under this platform. And in that concept of a Mío application for Banreservas, we have created a product to provide support of the SMEs, small business owners. For example, many of you know in Duarte Highway that we have many of the places, the sale points where the baked sweet potato is sold. So we started a pilot project and we gave them a Mío device, and the users they stop in the highway with their smartphone, and with the QR code with the device, they can pay them and they can sell digitally without having any money exchange, any cash exchange, but it's contributing for them to be part of the banking system, inserting them in the Dominican banking system. At the same time, within the innovation of El Reservas Bank, and contributing to the support that the Dominican diaspora provided. And we mentioned the remittance early in the morning that during the pandemic, our diaspora sent over $12,000 million to the country, which allow us to grow economically in the Dominican Republic. We started with an international expansion to have a branch of the Reservas Bank outside of the Dominican Republic. And in the past year, in 2022, we became the first financial institution that have a presence in Madrid, Spain, with the opening of the first representation office of El Reservas Bank. With that, Dominicans don't need to come to open a bank account in the Dominican Republic, either if it is pesos, dollars, or euros, to buy a home. The Dominican of the diaspora doesn't have to come and sign the loan documents here. They can just sign them there in Madrid, and it will be approved here in the Dominican Republic. And very soon, this is something that will happen in New York and Miami as well. With that, we are contributing with the digital transformation to favor the El Reservas Bank. An ingenious solution, definitely, because this is something that facilitates the data without the population not using their own data plan. It's very suitable. Maybe it's not common in other countries of the world. And in fact, we are very well. I would like to conclude saying what are the advantages and the risks of the PPP in our country, because if they constitute obviously a very good path for the introduction and innovation, the introduction of new technologies to improve the public services. There are others as well that believe that this constitutes a resignation of the public perspective that the state has, as this could imply, let's say, a transfer of part of the public employees to the private sectors. And some say that could increase any of these rates to make this a profitable project. Can you tell me, Antonio, the international experience? Well, yes. There are risks, of course. How can we mitigate this? I think that a proper economic regulation where you can have clear goals and the emphasis of the government to communicate this to everyone, to provide good services. and not who actually is going to be providing the service. To provide support to the citizens, guarantee the other side. If we have the private sector has a proper profit in the different situations where eventually we cannot increase them and we need to work with subsidies. Now this is the nature associated to the PPPs. Having all of this aligned with this, we mitigate the risks. And to see who is behind this, or how the value of the citizens are seen. And what about the local experience? Anyone? Well, very brief, please. Well, I believe that this legislation is very good in the Dominican Republic. We created the General Director of PPPs, directed by Sigmund Freud. And as Jose Miguel and other panelists said, we have a entrepreneur sector working very hard. We have CONEP working hand with President Luis Abinader. With the PPPs, we are currently building a Lambar highway that will unite Santiago and Puerto Plata. That is a PPP alliance that the PPP Association is working with. And we have the Pedernales project as well, that many of the infrastructures that will be built there, which is the most ambitious touristic project of our country, and that will be developed in the south of our country. And it will be developed as well through the PPPs. I believe that this is something that will be done throughout time, along with the business or entrepreneur sector, to having a government that is business-driven, that has the vision of uniting the efforts with everyone. Because without this, it would be impossible for these PPPs for them to be developed throughout time. And I believe that many of the business owners, they feel a lot of trust towards this government, and that how the vice president handles this investment cabinet. And when they tell me, I go to President Luis Abinader and I establish this, that he understands it right away, because this is a president that comes from the private sector, understands what businesses are. This is associated directly to the will that the Dominican government has to provide support to this type of project. And to conclude, there's nothing good that is accomplished without risks. And I believe that this is the correct path that the Dominican Republic has adopted. We are moving forward to promote measures that provide assistance to the growth that we need, and that we're moving forward to this. And one of the measures, because it's not the only one, and one would be the PPP's cooperation. With that, I would like to conclude this panel. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and more than anything, to the panelists for providing all of your experience. And of course, thank you, Medtronics. Thank you, CAF. Keep believing in the Dominican Republic. This is the best country in the world. Thank you so much. And we agree that this is the best country in the world. A round of applause for our third and last panel. Public-private cooperation for innovative opportunities that promote the sustainable development. Thank you for our panelists and our moderator. And
repasar algunas ideas.
I'm going to be reviewing a couple of ideas. Samuel Pereira Rojas, administrator of Banco del Reserva, spoke about the challenges that were identified in the current cases, and how in the PPPs we have found new ways to overcome historical difficulties. While Jose Miguel González Cuadra, executive president of CCN, states that the Dominican Republic performs a successful public-private partnership. That is how it has been defined for us to be able to accomplish objectives in a shorter period of time, that contributes in the public-private partnerships with a very trustworthy climate that is welcoming new investors, that is sustained throughout time. We would like to thank Antonio Silveira of Digital Transformation of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, who is inviting us to visualize how can we actually improve the public-private partnerships. How important is the vision for us to be able to accomplish a sustainable development? And this is what Antonio Silveira indicates to us. And also, Manuela Uribe was a panelist, General Director of Caribe Medtronic. They have spoke about the leadership of this company and how operating in the Dominican Republic has been extremely beneficial to accomplish this position that they currently have. And we would like to thank our moderator, A-star Mari Fernandez, from Hedrick Risical Parecen Fernandez, who highlighted how the public and private partnerships were completed during the pandemic and how to accomplish this legal frame of work has been advantages for all of these alliances that are being carried out today and the advantage that we can take for the future alliances. Thank you so much for our third panel. Public-private cooperation for innovative opportunities that are promoting the sustainable development. Now I would like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors. It has been the proper moment to have special recognition to those that supported us. Without them, the conference wouldn't be possible. To ICE Corporation, to Central Romana Corporation, to Inter Energy Group, thank you for saying yes, and to having our back with the support of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, and of course, our coffee break sponsor as well. We'd like to thank Diageo. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with today's agenda of Latin America Cities Conferences. We are honored to be part of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, to see each other. But we know that this will not be the last time, as we feel full of joys of having the honor of counting with each of you. As you very well know, ladies and gentlemen, American Society Council of the Americas performs this conference as a part of conferences of cities in Latin America. Today, we are in Santo Domingo, but many more occur throughout time. And precisely for those that are connected with us from different points of Latin America, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you for being connected in this live connection to my beloved people that are in sync here in the Dominican Republic, many of our colleagues. But from different countries of the region as well, they're saying, yes, I am present, and that have been sponsoring these as well. I would like to greet people from Mexico, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, Guatemala, Uruguay, Peru, Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Panama. Thank you so much. Due to the incidents that we have in Santo Domingo in 2023 and the national press that has been here since early in the morning, and that we know the support is necessary to multiply the wonderful news and the marvelous presentations that we have had. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dominican capital that receives with arms wide open everyone here. This is an event that has been organized in cooperation with the Dominican Republic Vice Presidency, and it's gathering Dominican officials, gathering private sector executives as well. Investment opportunities in the country as a logistic hub in the region. And we are speaking about a very fruitful agenda, energy, technology, healthcare, an agenda without a waste. If production can give me some orientation with the rest of our day, please.
Estamos en este momento, señoras y señores.
As of now, we are sharing information with you because we are waiting for the closing remarks. And for that, we are waiting the presence of excellent President Luis Abinader, Constitutional President of the Dominican Republic, and we have received the information that he has arrived and that in a couple of minutes he will be here with us, sharing with each of us. I would like to highlight that the America Society Council of the Americas is the main international organization which members share a common commitment with the economic and social commitment or development with democracy with the Occidental Hemisphere. America Society, it is dedicated to the exchange of information with all of the interested parties with the purpose that this region gets stronger and to grow and develop together. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been very fruitful. We started very early at 9 a.m. sharp. We had the presence, the support, and the cooperation of the the Vice President of the Dominican Republic. Thanking the Vice President and the host that has received us with such warmth, and all of the staff that has worked together to make this a reality. This is Making History, Santo Domingo 2023. We are here in Latin America Cities Conferences. We are full of joy and distinguished with the presence of Susan Segal, who is president, and of the Americas Council, who has been with us, and also has leadered the panel. With this, we have been able to obtain a lot of fruitful information with this joint dialogue. We have been able to see how these dialogues have been identified for different people from the private and public sectors with a common vision, this vision to share this development and this growth together of a country, of a region. And how everyone that has presented this in this space, you have been able to identify that unilaterally it wouldn't be possible to reach such good results as the ones that we have been able to obtain if we work together, doing a joint effort as a team. I would like once again to review the agenda of what we have worked on today. As you know, this has been very important within these panels, and I would like to mention to share these with you. Yeah? Thank you.
Pues iniciando la mañana a eso de las 9.
We started very early in the morning at 9 with our first panel. We're speaking about sustainable investment in strategic sectors. We had the presentation of Andrés Gluski and Ito Bisonó, who were speaking about the sustainable investment. We had a lot of hope of the possibility in the new energies of the Dominican Republic and for everyone in the region. When we started this option of renewable energy sources, it could be very bold. However, that the experience is possible and the support of the state is necessary. And how at the end of the day, how these decisions made 20, 30 years ago had been very advantageous for a country. And how these companies that have been working in alliance have been fruitful throughout time and become stronger. The next panel, which has been panel number 2, is the diversification of the industries of creating opportunities for the development and the promotion of a proper climate for innovation. At the moment, we had the presentation of Eduardo Sanz Lobaton, who was speaking with Andrew Martin, the president of Latin America for Pfizer, and Jose Fernandez as a regional sales director of Salesforce. Susan Segal was there in charge as well of the moderation, and they were speaking about the need of diversification to create opportunities for development, to promote a proper climate for innovation. This was a very good evidence how in the different spaces or sectors such as healthcare, customs, if we were not trying to find a point or space of innovation, and as Eduardo Sanz Lobaton mentioned, a new logistic, and to see the future of our Dominican Republic, for us to be able to deepen in the logistic topic, to be more fruitful in terms or in product, as a product of this work performed. Andrew Martin, the president of Pfizer in Latin America, was speaking about the healthcare sector and how it is important to see this in terms of investment. And like Jose Fernandez, as General Sales Director of Salesforce, spoke about education of our people in terms of technology. And it will be fundamental in terms of the development of the timelines. Efforts and resources for that same work, not only here in the Dominican Republic, but in Latin America in general, to see an integral development, sustainable development. And in the third panel, at the same time, we're speaking about the public-private cooperation, in which this is something that generates sadness, joy, and how positive it is while speaking about this. In full, we can reach an important vision provided by our moderator for us to study and see in depth this law associated to the public-private alliances, and how in a record time, not favorable, such as pandemic, when we have the will to work together, we are able to reach the objective established. In this particular case, a law that supports the Dominican Republic to be developed, but for this to be done, but resources not only from the state, but also from the private sector. And for this to be a win-win situation, we also had Samuel Pereira, Administrator of El Reservas Bank. We had Mr. Jose Miguel Gonzalez Cuadra from CN, and also the moderation of Mari Fernandez, who I was mentioning in the last point. Also, to highlight, Samuel Pereira was mentioning at the same time as El Reservas Bank Administrator the challenges that we're identified and how that public-private partnerships that have been developed throughout time have been providing important solutions to issues that have been occurring throughout time. For example, the card that they were getting to the citizens instead of giving the boxes of food that were not very nice for the Dominican citizens. And also Jose Miguel Gonzalez Cuadra was speaking how he was providing support in terms of the public-private partnership and the fruits that we obtained throughout time thanks to this. These alliances are very important and contribute for us to have a proper weather, trustworthy weather that the Dominican Republic has and that the investors have when they come to the Dominican Republic. As we very well know, it's not bringing this money here. How they trust the social, political, and the judicial security that we are providing or that they could have through the country. The Dominican Republic, which is welcoming them. And we were speaking as well with Antonio Silveira from CAF, from the Development Bank of Latin America, who was asking us to visualize how can we improve the public-private alliances in an environment where some people can ask how feasible it could be. Let's think about a scenario that this could improve even better. How can we provide more support for us to be able to have better resources? And at the same time, we were speaking about the importance and the innovative vision for us to have a sustainable development. We should pay close attention on also the presentation performed by Manuela Uribe, Director and General Manager of Caribbean Metronics, and the leadership that they have been able to obtain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we are receiving the excellent President, His Excellence President Luis Abinader, Constitutional President of the Dominican Republic. At this moment, we have our President saluting everyone in the front line. And now that we have concluded today's agenda, that I would like to now ask for this Latin American Cities Conference, Santo Domingo 2023, to reach the closing moment. And now we will listen to the closing remarks of His Excellency President Luis Abinader, Constitutional President of the Dominican Republic. Ms. Raquel Peña, Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Andrés of the Consejo de las Américas, Susan Segal, Executive Director of the Americas Council, Victor Itobizo No, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Jesus Vasquez, Interior Ministry, Daniel Rivera, Health Ministry, Eduardo Sancelo Baton, General Customs Director, and Andrew Martin, Pfizer, Latin American President. Government key members, business owners, key panelists internationally and locally, press members. With these words, I would like to thank everyone to be part of the Latin American Cities Conference 2023 that is being celebrated in the Dominican Republic for the first time thanks to the joint effort of the American Society, Council of the Americas, and our Vice President of the Dominican Republic. It is an honor for our country to receive the visit of so many friends and so many allies of the Americas, with whom we are establishing a space of dialogue with the social and economical development of our country. This is an excellent platform to put in action the regional economic cooperation, and with this facilitate to the development of the potential that the country has to increase commerce and investment, contribute to the sustainable development, while we try to strengthen the state and democracy in the Western Hemisphere. In definitive, I must say that having such an important encounter of the Americas cities, it is a marvelous opportunity to know the experiences and ideas of the private sector, transform them in such a way that how we are applying this from the government sector for an efficient construction of public policies that allow us to potentialize commerce, promote clean energy resources, and development of the technologies which are the change for future societies. Friends, the economic growth that is experimented by the Dominican Republic is something that has been accomplished with a lot of effort of the sectors, promoting different actions that have been providing marvelous numbers. These numbers, like the ones reflected in 2022, where our GDP reached a noticeable growth of 4.9%, above the average of Latin America, which places the Dominican Republic within the countries that has a large growth economically in 2022 and consolidates our economy as a dynamic economy. We closed last year as well with an international reserve that is a record of the different currencies, the highest with $14,436 million, an appreciation of a currency of 2%, and added to this base on the central bank information and a direct foreign investment that increased over 27% with respect of the prior year, reaching an unprecedented number of over $4,000 million. With that being said, for the first time, over 7 million tourists arrived to the Dominican Republic via air, and 8.5 million visitors, 13% more than the prior year to pandemic. In 2022, to our country arrived 59,458 flights, 11% more than the best year prior to the pandemic. Hotel occupation reached higher levels historically, with an average allowed to close to 75%. At the economy of the households that live on short-term rent, there was an increase in occupation between 25 to 35%, and many other properties as well available within this system. All of this has demonstrated the very important growth of the economies here, and also how we have made possible this change within this situation that started with the COVID-19 crisis. Before the war between Russia and Ukraine. And we would like to continue with the sustainable growth agenda and having a real space available that can allow us to double approximately in 1 decade the numbers that nowadays that are positive. For us to be able to double the economy that we have, we live in a global village where the growth of each of these are more effective in terms of the action that has been experimented with the key stakeholders. And it is very important to see the different roles that everyone has internationally speaking, and this space was born to put in value the efforts of the different countries of the region to build a world in which we are giving importance to the development of renewable energy sources, promotions of the industries and exports. The industrial sector is fundamental in the modernization and development of our country. The Dominican Republic has been consolidated in the last couple of years as one of the pioneer countries on a worldwide in a successful implementation of the free zones model, and one that is taking fullest advantage to the nearshoring or frame nearshoring in the Latin Americas region. Our free zones as well constitute one of the productive activities that is generating direct employment in our country, with more than 192,000 direct employments in our country and a growth of the exportations up to 9%, which was a data from the beginning of this year. The interest of the products of manufacturing grows. And in this space, we have an important space, the private investment, nationally and internationally, that has been growing in the last couple of years. The infrastructure is something very important as well in terms of investments for the Dominican Republic that is taking leverage in the economic growth and judicial security offered by our country. Something else to mention is from the Dominican Republic government, we are performing efforts to modernize the transportation system to broaden the access to internet, high-speed internet, and improving the public services such as medical attention and education. At the same time, creating a friendly cities that have a sustainable growth that is in consonance with the rest of the cities of Latin America that are moving forward, including the efforts as well to reduce the greenhouse gases and promoting at the same time renewable energy sources. At the same time, we have a concrete commitment with the defense and protection of natural resources and preservation of biodiversity in the national territory. The protection of the social tissue and those that are the most vulnerable populations are fundamental for the development that we are having, because a society that is fair is moving forward towards the economic growth, but at the same time is accomplishing for the citizens to improve substantially their livelihood, having better education, universal access to healthcare, and reduction of poverty as well. Friends, the results that today have been shown, as we have already mentioned, are the fruit of the joint efforts of different sectors of the country and respond to a structure and redirected policies for us to be able to build the objectives that have been set. Dominican Republic is resilient, that has been able to overcome different situations, challenges. Despite the turbulence, they have been able to move forward. Dominican Republic today is a country that generates investments, in which we guarantee the best conditions for the reception of projects and development of ideas that are redundant in sustainable economic growth and the creation of employment and development of our country. We have common challenges with the same objectives, and we are able to accomplish this with a cooperation, regional cooperation, that allow us to be able to mitigate the common challenges of the different cities in Latin America. That is the commitment that we have of mutual cooperation. Feel, dear friends, as if you're home, because the Dominican Republic loves you, is always receiving with a lot of joy, with a smile on our faces, to our guests, and you are special guests for the government and for the Dominican people. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. With this round of applause, we would like to thank the words of President Luis Abinader, Constitutional President of the Dominican Republic. And thanks to this, we conclude the conferences of the Latin American cities in Santo Domingo 2023. America Society Council of the Americas is the main business and international organization which members share a common goal, common objective: the social and economic development, the open markets, and the state, and of course having democracy in the Western Hemisphere. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank all of you for sharing this special occasion. Till next time in the next conference, have a wonderful afternoon.